Good evening, everyone. Good to see you all. This is the June 6th, 2023 meeting of the Carrboro Town Council. We, as you can see, have a full agenda tonight. Includes a public hearing on a rezoning request, a public hearing on some town code land use ordinance amendments, and a presentation of the town manager's recommended budget for the next fiscal year. So we have quite a few people signed up to speak this evening on a variety of topics. So I'll just take a moment to remind everyone first about the council's discussion guidelines, which are posted on the wall behind the clerk over there. Also, as always, we ask speakers to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less, and ask that you address comments to the council as a whole, not to individual council members or to members of the audience. Also, because we do have a busy night ahead of us, just a heads up that I'm going to be a little more strict about the 3-minute time limit than I usually am. So that's just out of respect of everyone's time and for helping the council move through the agenda efficiently tonight. So I'm going to set a timer with a mildly annoying noise to let you know when your 3 minutes are up. Wesley, do we have another list coming that is not related to the public hearings? Okay. All right, council members, first I want to request just a minor modification to the agenda. It's relating to the closed session that we have at the end of the meeting tonight. I want to add an item there, just with a brief discussion about something that would be covered under attorney-client privilege. Is everyone okay with that? Okay. So we'll do that in closed session. I see more list coming my way. I think it just sounds like there's consensus, so we'll be good. Okay. And another, I guess, question I want to pose for the council about the agenda. We don't seem to have anybody signed up to speak about the budget presentation. And so I'm wondering how council members would feel about moving that item up as sort of the first thing under the regular agenda, or not, ahead of the public hearing. We also have many people signed up to speak about items that are not on our agenda tonight. So it's going to be a long evening. Sammy?
Wondering how you're thinking about that. My perspective, and I'd like to know yours, is we have a lot of people who want to speak, and prolonging their being here would happen if we move that ahead instead of leaving it at the end.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine either way. Just wanted to pose that as an option. Okay, so we'll just keep the things as they are and move on. Mm-hmm. All right, let's start off then. Just in case there's anyone out there listening who is here to speak about the budget, one thing I will remind folks about is that there is a public hearing scheduled for next Tuesday about the budget. So you may, after you've seen how many people are here tonight, want to think about whether you want to talk to us next week about the budget or stay here tonight. But if you stay here tonight, you may be here a while. So just think about that. You're welcome to be with us. Okay, we'll move on and start our regular agenda here then. We will start, as we always do, by a reading from our poet laureate, Liza Wolfe-Francis. I haven't seen her yet, but we have a special guest. Come on up and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not quite as glamorous as your poet laureate, Liza, but I think I could do an all right job in her shoes tonight. My name is Chad Knuth, and I'm going to be reading you a poem titled Skating at the Rink. At the skating rink today, and it's all kids around me. Crashing into ice, crashing into me. Not at all what I had been expecting, though who really skates these days? I guess puberty is to blame for the taking away of simple things, like skating and sleepovers and saying sweet dreams. Takes away the for granted freedom to nap away the afternoon and make believe in bonus rooms. Takes away the freedom to cry into the telephone, standing in the hallway because the teacher today was mean to me. Because today on the playground another boy showed off a dirty magazine. And I knew then, huddled in the mulch, that my mother and I would grow apart. Because standing naked side by side, we were different in the mirror. Thank you.
Thanks, Chad. All right. I think, Mr. Manager, you had an introduction you wanted to share with us tonight.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. So I'd like to introduce Marie Parker. She started yesterday as Assistant Town Manager, and she will be responsible for planning, zoning inspections, community housing services, public works, and economic development. And I ask her to come to the mic to say hello.
Welcome, Marie.
Brief, because I know there's a lot of people waiting to speak. Marie Parker, I have a little bit about me. I have over 23 years of public administration experience in a variety of roles. Very excited to be here. I am a native of the Triangle area. I've spent most of my life in Raleigh, some in Cary. I moved away for a couple of years to go to Wilmington. I'm now back in the area, so I'm super excited about that. And I look forward to meeting with all of you and working with you and working toward the town goals and supporting our staff here, which is fabulous, that I've had to meet over the last 2 days. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much, Marie.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have any proclamations tonight, although I will share that last week I read a proclamation for LGBTQ Pride Month at an event that helped kick off the month last week, and just want to encourage everyone to learn about all the events going on this month. We are partnering again with the town of Chapel Hill on Small Town Pride, which is a month-long series of events. Here in Carrboro, that will include this Saturday evening, Latinx Pride on the town commons, which is 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock, I believe. Always a good time. And then we'll close out Pride Month with a food truck rodeo and dance party on June 30th, also back here at the town commons. So grateful to town staff here in Carrboro, as well as town of Chapel Hill staff for making all these great events happen. Okay, before we move on, are there any other acknowledgements I need to make before we move to the announcement of meetings? Susan?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one more event from me, which is the highly popular Freight Train Blues concert series continues this Friday. 6:30 to 8:30 out on the town commons. So just bring a blanket, bring a folding chair, and come on out and have some fun.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, Mr. Clerk, I'm sorry, on the announcement of upcoming meetings, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Got just a couple announcements here. First up, on June 8th, we have the Stormwater Advisory Commission meeting, and that's at 6:30 p.m., and that'll be held virtual via Zoom. And then on June 12th, we have the Recreation and Parks Commission meeting at 7 p.m. That will also be held virtual via Zoom. And then next Tuesday, June 13th, we have our next Town Council meeting, and that also will be our public hearing for the budget. And that's at 7 p.m. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you. Any other meetings, town meetings to announce? Okay. All right, moving right along. We are going to go into our public comment period. This is for items that are not on the agenda today. So we have a fair number of people signed up to speak to us about items that aren't on our agenda. And I'm going to go roughly in order, though try as best as I can to group things by topic. And I'm going to start with Alex Philby. And I'll just again remind folks who speak with us tonight that we're asking folks to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less, and I'll set a little noisy timer to help us out.
Hi everyone, my name is Alex. I live in Carrboro off of Highway 54. In the last few weeks, I've heard many nuanced, important perspectives on the conversation around the green space on Fidelity, and I wanted to offer one of my own. I love living in Carrboro, but as a renter without a car, accessing natural spaces has been difficult to say the least. For myself and the thousands of residents living in the apartments along Jones Ferry and 54, accessible community green spaces are incredibly scarce. For many of us, the green space on Fidelity could become the most accessible park that Carrboro offers by far, and the town of Carrboro has promised to prioritize accessible green spaces. The town commons is not enough. I have a brief presentation on some of the communities who would benefit from the development of a park. For these communities, many of them offer double bedrooms, so the number of people living there in many cases is higher than the number of units. Here's where I live, the Chateau, a 10-minute walk from the green space, 215 units. Berkshire, 18 minutes, 296 units. West End Flats, 192 units, 16 minutes walking distance. Ridgewood, 9 minutes walking distance, 160 units. Collins Crossing, 9 minutes walking distance, 360 units. Royal Park, 19 minutes walking distance, 160 units. University Lake, 19 minutes, 178 units. Poplar Place, 19 minutes, 230 units. And Ashbrook, 13 minutes walking distance and 170 units. These are a fraction of those for whom a park would offer immense and long-standing physical, social, mental, and ecological benefit. Expanding the graveyard would offer a solution to a problem, but the solution would last 30 years at best. When the usable land has been filled with new graves, it will no longer be usable or accessible. The town will have to find a new lot or stop offering the service. Developing a park would offer a space of leisure and community to generations of Carrboro residents, and, due to its strategic location in the middle of an urban heat dome, would help in the town's fight for sustainability amidst a changing climate. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Okay, next is Alan Alexander, and after Alan will be August Larson.
Good evening, Councilman. I'm here today to advocate for what, first of all, I live at 200 Barnes Street, and that's C18, right off of Jones Ferry, and I'm new here. I've been here exactly 2 years, and I can tell you that as a former student, which I graduated with a degree in cybersecurity in December, having a green space and a park in the area makes sense. It makes sense for everybody and not for a particular group, or not for a particular clan, or not for anything. I think that whenever you build spaces where people are allowed to be able to gather and to have comfort, then you build community. You build community. We are all looking to live in a community. And one of the places that we can have community, besides the Carrboro area, where we have the open space right outside here. It's a nice space, concerts and what have you. But I mean a place where I can go and sit down and study and have a peaceful and respectful park in the area that we're all speaking about right now. It makes sense. And I'm privileged to be able to have called in a phone campaign on behalf of Meg Parks these people that are sitting right out here, right now, who you are beholden to. And I can tell you that easily 8 out of 10 people that I spoke with, and including signatures that I've gathered, want a park there. Do the will of the people. Meet halfway. There's no reason why we can't build a park there. Tell me why. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Next is August Larson, then will be Logan Carter, then Lori Carter. Welcome.
Hi, my name is August Larson. I live in the Whispering Hills community here in Carrboro. My friend Jamarius was not able to speak at the last town council meeting, so me and him recorded a video together, and I'd like to show that now.
Yeah, my name is Jamarius Bowler, and I'm just here with the campaign for trying to make the meadow into a park. First and foremost, one of the main things I want to say is no matter what the verdict is and what the town council comes to the decision of, it shouldn't mess us up as a community. We should still be able to come together as one, like how Carrboro would want us to. But one of my main things to say is, everybody keeps making the big suggestion that the graveyard is a black tradition and is mostly for the black community. Honestly, I'm here to tell you that isn't 100% true. They can't speak for all of one race, just with one person. And as far as the graves go, once they have a funeral, more than likely they're not going to come back out and come and visit them. Now, that's not saying it for everybody, because everybody has different ways of grieving. But one of the main things I want to say is, at the end of the day, what would the low-income apartments that surround here really want? More graves here, when we're already struggling to keep our heads above water, since we're in low income. And on top of that, even if we don't get a park, at least keep it an open space and keep the metal here, so then we can still have somewhere to come to be able to release our stress, have fun with our kids, and be able to show them the brighter side of life, versus them having to get off the bus and walk home past a graveyard. Another big thing is, a park would help, even with the graves being here. The bushes would be put up, so then it would make a sound barrier, so it wouldn't mess with the bodies that are here resting in peace. But also, it's hard to try to juggle parenthood and grieving. So why not have somewhere where the kids can come and have their own time and grieve in the way that they grieve, while the adults are able to actually mourn their loved ones while they're visiting the graves. That's all I would like to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, August. Next is Logan Carter, then Lori Carter, and then Minister Campbell. Welcome, Logan.
Hi, my name is Logan Carter. First, I just really want to say thank you to all of you for serving Carrboro. I really do appreciate that. It's a tough job. I grew up here. I grew up in Fidelity Court, right across from the Westwood Cemetery. I was there all through elementary school, went to Carrboro Elementary School, played sports. We played football, we played basketball, we played baseball, frisbee, all that stuff in the field that's next to Hillmont condos. Because there's a nice big open area right there across the street from the cemetery. We didn't play in the cemetery because it's a cemetery, okay? I sent you all an email. I hope you got it. I hope you read it. I posed a question in that email, which was, if I want to build a structure less than the zoning department says I can build it from the side of my property, I have to email everyone within, whatever area to get their permission. I cannot understand why it is not required that there be notification for everyone that's buried there, their next of kin and their family, that this is even being considered. I've done what I can to call people who I think would care about this to a person. Everyone has been shocked that the idea of turning a cemetery into a park is even been given this much audience. I realize it is your job to give audience to the citizens of this town. I think that's wonderful. I really do. If we're concerned about limiting the access, maybe we need to build something to put urns in. We could get more units. There's a lot of folks that are not actually being buried there. They're sprinkling ashes. I think you could get more plaques, better use of that space. It's a cemetery. I really don't think compromise is the solution here. I appreciate wanting to compromise. I'm not sure there's a compromise here, and I think the longer you give audience to this topic, the more upset both sides of this party are going to be. It's really time to end this conversation about a park. It's a cemetery.
Thank you, Logan. Next is Lori Carter, then Robert Campbell. Welcome, Lori.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. My name's Lori Carter, and I'm an 18-year resident and counting of Carrboro. It took me 35 years to get here, and I'm here to stay. I'm here this evening to ask that the town enforce the code as written and reserve Westwood Cemetery as originally intended for cemetery use. Specifically, I'm here to advocate for the continued use of the cemetery as a place where citizens of any race can be buried. Only in the case of North Carolina since 1975. I was 5 then. It's important to know the history of cemeteries and access to burial for people in this community. In 1947, North Carolina legislature enacted the use of cemeteries for burial of the dead according to race, which ensured cemeteries were segregated according to race. The Westwood Cemetery has been an active cemetery since 1948. In 1948, the town of Chapel Hill also purchased land for their new cemetery for whites, which is now Chapel Hill Memorial Cemetery, and it purchased the land northwest for the new cemetery for African Americans, now known as West Chapel Hill Cemetery. It's important to note back then that the towns, we blend pretty well together now, even more so then. In 1955, a segregated section in Chapel Hill Memorial Cemetery was made available to African Americans. At that time, the town began to limit the sale of plots at West Chapel Hill Cemetery, and then they proceeded to sell off part of the land, 10 acres. In 1975, the North Carolina Cemetery Act was passed, prohibiting public or private cemeteries in North Carolina from being able to discriminate in the burial of a person based on race. Why am I telling you this? We white people are oblivious to our privilege. If we want to research our ancestry, we just do it, right? We look up public records. We go to cemeteries. In my hand, I hold the work of my grandmother that traces my relatives back to 1775 to Wake County, North Carolina. 200 years of relatively easy tracing of my history back 7 generations through cemeteries and markers. Why? Because my people were white. Their graves were marked in cemeteries that were well maintained. That is white privilege, one we take for granted, and one we should continue to extend to our entire community across all races moving forward. We can't fix our past. We can make a way moving forward. Westwood Cemetery is for all people deserve to have their place and history marked in time, should they choose, and have access to visit their loved ones in peace. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lori. Next speaker is Minister Campbell, Robert Campbell. Then will be Jeffrey Walker and Cynthia Cowan. Welcome, Minister Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. Robert Campbell, longtime activist in the community in Orange County, Chapel Hill, and Carrboro. I just come to remind you how important it is to have a local cemetery. The point of having a cemetery is to be able to bury the dead. But let me remind you that in the midst of the pandemic, some places did not have enough room to bury the dead. They had to turn to refrigerator trucks and storage places. Let us not dwell in the present, but let us also combine the present and the future. What would happen if we have a major death within Carrboro and Chapel Hill, and people need somewhere to bury their loved one? Everybody do not believe in cremation. Everybody don't believe in burial. But the one thing that we hold our politicians in guard of is that they make sure that we have somewhere to bury our loved one, our dead, without having to drive 30 minutes one way or an hour one way to make this happen. We need something that is local. As far as how long it takes us to get to a park, we have transportation to get to Anderson Park. We got transportation to get to any park that is in the locality of Carrboro, Chapel Hill, in Orange County. The problem that we're having now is that this site was chosen for this specific item. The money that went into it was approved by the council, by the members of this city. It is time that we begin to hold ourselves responsible for if we make a decision about something, that we should stick to it. If the public say that they want a cemetery, that's what it's supposed to be. But your general statute of the state of North Carolina say that you should not have activities like playing, skating, and parks near a cemetery. What would happen if the kids was out there playing? Your dog run and get entangled in one of the headstones and knock it over, break it. Who is responsible for repairing it? The city or the person who owns the animal? So we have to be responsible for the citizens of this city that have lived here for over 20 and 30 and 40 and 60 years.
Thank
An
you, Mr.
obligation to fulfill a place where they can lay their loved ones. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good to see you, Minister Campbell. Next is Jeffrey Walker and Cynthia Cowan and Carisha Miller. Welcome.
Is this one? This one?
Either one, yeah.
Oh, cool. Hi, my name is Jeffrey Walker. I've never spoken on one of these before, so you'll have to forgive me. I'm not very eloquent.
Glad you're here.
I have lived in. Sorry.
There
There we go. I'm good. I was born in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, actually at UNC a good 29 years ago in 3 months. The space that we're talking about is actually where I met the person who invited me to speak, Quay. And before COVID in 2019, I met some people who are now close friends of mine in that space, and they were very excited to tell me about like their personal life, and they were intending on having a little band meet thing, and like play shows in their band, and that's a group of people I met in the space that we're talking about. And I actually lived on at the end of Coulson. And it's always struck me as a little bit odd to be the first thing that I see at the end of my road is a graveyard. It's very depressing to me, and I think that having a space for people to have like nature walks, you could even have it be a dog park, necessarily a space where people, especially in the post-COVID world, are feeling kind of closed in and depressed, have a place where you can just be in a public setting where you're not required to spend money or do anything except exist. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Thanks for being here tonight. You've done it. You had your first council meeting. Next is Cynthia Cowan, and then Carisha Miller, and then Catherine Rubish.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Cowan. I live at 813 West Main Street, Carrboro, and I also want to thank you all for the job you do because you've got a lot to do. I went to the Craft Bazaar in Town Commons last month, and I saw the organizing for Fidelity Park, or the Fidelity Meadow. And I thought, great, yes, we need a park, you know. And I also support aquamation, and we talked about that with some of the people there. Then I got home, and I wondered, where's this meadow they were talking about? Why haven't I've never been there? I've lived in Carrboro in different places for 41 years. In 1995, I lived in Chateau Apartments, and I got a 70-pound dog. I had a neighbor who let me put her in his yard during the day, and I picked her up after work. I remember walking by Westwood Cemetery one day with her and thought, oh, I wish I could walk her in the cemetery and let her run in that grassy meadow. I mentioned it to my neighbor, and he said, no, you can't do that. Didn't you see the rules posted there? Read the rules posted there. Well, I went back without my dog one day, and I read the rules. and I never considered going there again except for a funeral, a sunrise service, and to visit a gravesite. I decided to visit my neighbor, who is now buried in Westwood Cemetery, and see where the meadow is. I saw the rules still posted. I saw the grassy area. I realized this was the meadow everybody was talking about. The notice posted in 1995 is still there in 2023. No person may engage in recreational activities in any cemetery for purpose of this subsection. Recreational activities shall include, but not limit to, the throwing of balls or frisbees, playing games or engaging in sports activities, running or jogging, picnicking, walking dogs, cats, or other animals, allowing dogs, cats, or other animals to run at large, and other similar activities inconsistent with the use of a cemetery as a cemetery. SEC 13-4F section. That day, a skateboarder was skateboarding on a paved area in the cemetery, and I was talking to a woman putting flowers on a gravesite. She did not know anything about the debate going on between the cemetery and a park. I saw some women walking their dogs in the grassy area. So I tried to imagine a funeral going on with a park in that area, or visiting my neighbor's grave, with picnickers laughing nearby. I just could not imagine it. I know why people want a park. I know why I wanted my dog to walk in the park and get to run around. But for 28 years, I have understood and I have respected no recreational activities in the cemetery of that grassy area. The fact that people are already ignoring the rules in the cemetery itself does not bode well for what will happen if the other areas become a park. So I would like to see the woods and grassy area stay as they are, with the woods and grassy area far from the cemetery, if that were possible, still open for public use, or be open for public use.
Thank you, Cynthia.
And then, the grassy areas stay the same and be there for future expansion by the cemetery when needed. Thank you. Sorry. No.
Thanks very much. Next is Carisha Miller, and Catherine Rubish, and Jeff Rubish. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Town Council and Mayor Sills. I am speaking on behalf of the town of Carrboro and the residents of Carrboro who have lived in this area for, we'll just say, greater than 70 years. Okay. So in the year of 1948, a young 26 and 27-year-old couple, Russell Van Edwards and Thelma Louise Bynum Edwards, purchased some land on what was called then Route 1, which is now what we call Carrboro. Okay. It's the same year that Westwood Cemetery, we all heard of today, was purchased and, started up. The sad thing is that being landowners in the west side behind Chapel Hill in the area on the outskirts of town where cemeteries are built was not, available to them and at that time. And his mother and father actually ended up being buried in Chapel Hill Cemetery because that's where they were able to be buried at that time. I say all of this as still living on what is now Burt Street, the very end, being one of the few property owners on that street in the town of Carrboro. And growing up in this area, it's really sad to see that families, regardless of race, don't really have the opportunity to mourn their dead in peace. This is not a new thing. Growing up, I remember before 2020 happened, there was a lot of space on the other side that was not occupied. And I remember seeing people playing hacky sack and throwing frisbees, walking dogs. And just actually last week, I saw somebody walking their dog past a grave of someone that I knew, that I grew up with, someone who was somewhat of a matriarch to me growing up. And this person actually allowed their dog to urinate and defecate around that area of the cemetery. I said, how disgusting and degrading can you be? Who wants to smell that? Who wants to be around that? A dog park? Are you serious? I can't fathom that. But this is not something new. This is something we've dealt with as a community for years and years and years, decades and decades. And it's a cemetery, and it should remain a cemetery. And people should be able to visit their loved ones in peace and not have to deal with any of that. The reason why the town of Carrboro maintains a cemetery is so that they don't have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Carisha. Next is Catherine Rubish, then Jeff Rubish, then Tom Arnell. Are the Rubishes here? Oh, Catherine, how are you? Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Catherine Rubish. Thank you for letting me speak tonight, and thank you for all you do. I am a fourth generation Carrboro resident, a Chapel Hill Carrboro City School teacher, a dog lover, an outdoor enthusiast, and I absolutely love Carrboro. However, the proposal that they're trying to put forward to change Westwood Cemetery is offensive. It is not an open green space as they're advertising. It is a cemetery. It's a stated cemetery, and people go to bury and visit their loved ones. A place we have a community. People come together to this already established cemetery. There's ample park space, Wilson Park, Simpson Street Park, school playgrounds, after hours, Hank Anderson Park, Carrboro Community Garden, countless neighborhood parks, and the town commons. Creating a park would not respect the history and what makes Carrboro the family-focused area that it is. As I visit my mother's grave, I cannot fathom the disrespect that is being considered with this proposal. I think of all those elders and children buried there. Do any of you for the park have family buried there? Do you own a plot for future burial? I know that keeping Westwood is as a cemetery as it's slated to be is the right Carrboro choice. Thank you.
Thanks very much for being here tonight. Next is Jeff Rubish, then Tom Arnell, then Vicki Fornville. Okay, thank you, Tom. Welcome, Jeff. Good to see you.
Thank you, everybody. We respect everyone here tonight, and as my daughter mentioned too, my grandfather lived in his own place, built in 1918. He owned Fitch Lumber Company that he sold in 1906, so we have a little history here. I have my wife buried a year and a half there. And so this young man says anybody that goes to the cemetery not to respect the elders, we have a plot. You can put 4 cremations in one plot. My children will be in that cemetery. The cemetery is maxed out at the current time. They have no more place to go. The only place they can do is at the top of the hill. David one time knows that place. He retired a year or 2 ago, and he knows that like the back of the hill. He told me one time there's a lot of rocks at the top of the hill. Then make it a cemetery for cremation, but don't eliminate it. It's my opinion, it doesn't make any common sense. It doesn't make any economic sense. Why would you take a piece of property that was already marked as a cemetery, make it into a dog park, and then move somewhere out of town to buy more money, spend with the town to do that when it's already there? I will tell you, my grandfather also owned where Canterbury Townhome is. 30 acres there. I used to live there before I moved into his home place. Back there, there's open space that's not being utilized. The sewer easement is there. There's at least 5 to 7 acres, which is a whole lot larger than over there currently. I don't understand why that's not being utilized. It's free open space. Mr. Campbell, you were right on, bud. Everybody can transfer anywhere they want to go or any multiple parks. And I love open parks. We have a dog, and I walk him every morning going down Shetley Avenue. My grandfather also donated 17 acres to the Carrboro Elementary School in around 1960 for $10. And I don't know, and I'm not leaving this town. My daughter will end up living in my home. Please leave it as it is. It was voted many years ago as it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubish. Right, next up is Vicki Thornville. Then we'll go to Cheryl Forbes and Dolores Clark. I appreciate everyone being patient with us tonight and sharing their perspectives, and remind you all to address your comments to the council and avoid addressing your comments to members of the audience. Welcome, Vicki.
Hello. Good evening, council members and mayor. We have heard a lot tonight about the quote-unquote meadow that, as I said a few weeks ago, is not a meadow. A meadow is generally a large piece of land. It's usually close to a river. It's no river over there. It is an open green space at this point in time, but it's not a meadow. A meadow is a marketing word that we like to use because it sounds nice. Just like graveyard is a marketing word that people like to use because it doesn't sound as nice and tranquil as cemetery. But it is a place for the dead. It is what it is. But let's also move to the fact that we talk a lot about all of the thousands of people that live in the more generalized area of Fidelity and Davie Road and those apartments. Well, let's talk about the fact that people live there because they chose to move there. And we have not 2 miles you can go anywhere in Carrboro without a park. But there are people who no longer live in the city of Carrboro or Chapel Hill because at one point in time, a little thing called redlining meant they had to move further out, and they can't walk to a park either because you're somewhere out in the county and you may not even have the transportation that's free public transportation that you have when you live in the city of Carrboro, that you can ride the bus to Wilson or to Baldwin or to Carrboro or to Hank Anderson or to MLK or to Olmsted, wherever you want. But you know what? If you live out on Eubanks Road, or if you live out in Rangewood, Neville Road, Old Greensboro Highway, you're not going to get on Chapel Hill Transit for free to ride to a park. And you're not going to have one that you have the luxury and privilege of walking to. Walking to a park is a privilege. We are very fortunate here to have so much space and ample opportunity to be able to do things that people in urban deserts don't even think about. Unless you're in New York and they had to steal the land from the Native Americans to put Central Park in the middle. But I digress with that. My point still is, there is a reason that people should be able to live and die in peace in the city of Carrboro because people were forward thinking enough in 1948 to make it so. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Thanks for being here tonight. Next is Cheryl Forbes and then Dolores Clark. Welcome, Cheryl.
So, Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you. A cemetery is a hallowed place. The cemetery in question is well kept by the town and by the people whose loved ones are buried there, as is evidenced by the floral decorations around the memorial stones and burial sites. It is already a place where people are walking, mostly in the morning. Out of necessity, there are paved paths, and walking may be against the rules, but people are doing it. Indeed, a walk through this holy place reveals the names of people who have helped to shape Carrboro's history. I failed to mention that my husband and I have lived in Carrboro, and my name is Cheryl Forbes, by the way, for 18 years. And we appreciate the people who have made this town, have lived here in the past, and are buried in Westwood Cemetery. We are in favor of the town's expanding the cemetery as a cemetery, keeping in mind that people will still walk and hopefully do some respectful walking and meditation on any given day there. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Dolores Clark. I see you. After Ms. Clark will be Maria Palmer, and then Helena Council. Welcome, Dolores.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and good evening to all of you present. My name is Dolores Clark, and I live on Jones Ferry Road. I was raised in Chapel Hill. For 70 years, I lived here on Jones Ferry. And 19, I was away, I was away, but I came back because of my family. And I have seen so much growth. I love Carrboro. I've seen so much growth growing up as a child. And then after coming back, spending about 19 years in another state, I saw more growth, a lot more growth. But I'm very concerned that this has to come up about a cemetery, because I have 17 people buried in Carrboro Cemetery, and not only family but friends also. And I'm just upset that this has happened. And also, I want to say we have enough parks in Carrboro already. And driving around sometimes, I don't even see anybody attending. We have a lot of Anderson Park, it's very large, and the other little sub parks, they're good also. I have a great-grandson who loves parks, and he doesn't live in the area, but his mother brings him to some of the parks. They visit different parks, so we don't have to have just one park in one area. We have all these parks that people can attend. And I would like to say that why can't we think of something other than adding a park? Why don't we think about building a building, recreational building, with a swimming pool? Carrboro doesn't have a swimming pool. For families can attend. Children can learn how to swim. So, I'm really, really hopeful that we will continue to have Westwood Cemetery, all of the other parts available for burial. And when I pass away, I already have my plot, but when I pass away, I want to know that it's a peaceful place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Thanks for coming out tonight. Next up is Maria Palmer. After Maria Palmer will be Helena Council, and then Lori Clark. Lori with an IE. Different Lori Clark. Maria, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. You all know I don't live in Carrboro. I live in Chapel Hill, but I'm a Carrboro grandma. And my son Cristobal is out of town, and he asked me to come and speak to you guys. He is very passionate about parks and outdoor spaces, and he says, if you're gonna, yes, we need more space, finish the greenway. He said he has lived on Fidelity and respects the cemetery and wants that to be a hallowed place. And asked me to emphasize that we have a responsibility to the people who have built this community, and that this town has a commitment to equity and a commitment to hear from the folks that have been hurt from policies that came before. So it is our responsibility to respect that and to honor that. And also, I was asking Braxton Fushier, the first Black council member, and somehow related to somebody here, about what he knew about the cemetery. And he told me Robert Nix was the first Black person buried there. He was the owner of the grill, and that on his deathbed, he had his wife call Braxton and ask him, do you think you can advocate? And that he talked to the mayor and the different people. This is not ancient history, folks. This is Braxton telling me the story Saturday about what it took to get a person buried there who on his dead, I'm sure he didn't run on that. And I'm sure you'd rather not deal with cemeteries because it's not a fancy campaign, issue. And I'm sure Braxton had other urgent things. But when somebody's asking you, please make sure that I have a decent place to lay. And you guys, we do need columbariums. We need beautiful paths for visitors to walk to and from the graves, and maybe nice fences so dogs don't poop on there. You can, if you have some money to invest, I think it would be great to enhance it, to make it a beautiful space for families to visit. And more Latino families are living here, and we like to visit our loved ones and sing to them and bring the grandkids with flowers and put pictures. It's going to be needed. And thank you for everything that you do. And please think carefully about what you are going to do.
Thank you, Maria. Next up is Helena Council. Welcome. After Helena will be Lori Clark and then Jane Garrett.
Mayor, council members, why is this still an issue? Westwood is not a meadow. It's not a green space. It's not a park. It's a resting place. It's a resting place of my family and my friends. I live at 106 Glosson Circle, the home where my parents purchased in a wonderful, wonderful community. And when my neighbor walked across the street and told me to take the opportunity to speak tonight, I had to. What has happened to respect? What has happened to respect? We already endure the playtime activities and dog walking in that space. We already endure it. What more? When does our community matter? When do we get a time and a place to rest in respect? Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. Thank you for being here tonight. Next is Lori Clark. Welcome, Lori. Then will be Jane Garrett and Will Zhang. Apologize for any mispronunciations. Welcome, Lori.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. At first, I'd like to acknowledge the land of our First Nation brothers and sisters, the Okanishi, the Eno, and the Haw. My name is Lori Clark. I am a native of Carrboro. My family has been in Carrboro for 7 generations. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak before you about the expansion of Westwood Cemetery. While I have not had the time or the money to organize formal meetings, create flyers, yard signs, mailers, T-shirts, or pay people to canvass, tonight I speak from my heart and I speak my truth. As many of you know, my great-great-grandparents, Tony and Nellie Strayhorn, were enslaved in Orange County and settled in Carrboro in 1879.
When Tony passed away in 1934, he was not allowed to be laid to rest in Westwood Cemetery. Can you imagine my family dealing with the death of a patriot and also having to deal with segregation? He lived in Carrboro as an honest, hardworking, compassionate, and respected citizen, but was not allowed to be laid to rest in the community for which he lived. Instead, he is laid to rest in the segregated cemetery in Chapel Hill. Fast forward to 1951, when Willis Barbie Jr. was playing football on an athletic scholarship for Tennessee State University at Elizabeth City State. He suffered a tragic injury and was transported to a nearby hospital where he was refused medical attention because he was Black. He wasn't laid to rest in Westwood Cemetery. Most families have the privilege to buy plots and to be interned together, but that is not the case for my family. It wasn't until 1984 that someone in my family was laid to rest at Westwood. While I believe that parks and recreational spaces are a vital part of the fabric of Carrboro, so are sacred burial spaces. There are ample parks and open spaces for families to enjoy. A cemetery is a burial place for your loved ones and creates a bond with the family of the deceased. Its serene environment and silence offers a place of solace for the grieving family. It is a place to visit loved ones, reminisce, place flowers, and even communicate with the deceased. I ask that you will strongly consider the expansion of Westwood Cemetery. I stand here tonight in memory of Mary Barbie Green, Ethel Barbie Rivers, Alfred Barbie Jr. and Sr., Naomi Watson, and many more. May their souls continue to rest in peace.
Thank you, Lori. Thanks for being here tonight. Next speaker is Jane Garrett. Then Will Zhang. Welcome, Jane.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I was here in May, and I decided that I would appear again this evening. I'm a native of Carrboro. I lived on Alabama Avenue since the age of 6, and my 90-year-old father still resides there. We have a vested interest in the cemetery, as we have 6 relatives who are currently laid to rest. In addition to that, myself, my husband, and my father have plots there. I am of the opinion that cemeteries should be revered, be a place of solitude. My family's hope is that our relatives, as well as ourselves, will have a peaceful resting place without the activities associated with the park. There are a significant number of parks within the Carrboro vicinity. Some, if not all, are on a bus route. The town of Chapel Hill has no remaining plots. Westwood Cemetery has minimal remaining plots, and tonight it was stated that there are no more plots. Residents within the Chapel Hill Carrboro area should be afforded burial sites within the incorporated area. Thus, I feel that Westwood Cemetery should be expanded, as it is in the best interest of the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Next is Will Zhang. Welcome.
It's also my first time speaking at a town council meeting, so here it goes, I guess. Hi, y'all. My name is Will Zhang, and I live here in Carrboro at 400 Davie Road, right across from the cemetery and right across from the space in question this evening. I am in favor of turning this green space into a quiet and respectful park for the citizens of Carrboro and the surrounding area to enjoy. My main point here is really simple. Turning this green space on Fidelity into a park clearly comports with the town plan that Carrboro recently decided on that goes from 2022 to 2042. In fact, it's my view that several objectives in the plan cannot be achieved if the area in question is not turned into a park or into some kind of publicly accessible green space. I'll quote from the plan itself here. The comprehensive plan aims to ensure all people have equitable access to parks and open spaces. It also stipulates that the town ought to promote policies to ensure distribution of environmental burdens and access to natural areas to be equitable, especially in neighborhoods that have been denied and historically underserved. Southern Carrboro contains many communities that are just that, historically underserved. All of Carrboro's extant public parks are a good distance away from this side of town. I wonder how these objectives could be achieved if the Fidelity Green Space is not converted into a park, as there is precious little green space to speak of in Southern Carrboro for the diverse low-income and working-class folks who live in this area. The town could easily purchase land down Jones Ferry Road in the countryside to create an amazing, peaceful cemetery. The town cannot, however, create green spaces like the one on Fidelity out of thin air. If you choose to deny us, who live on this side of town, thousands of us packed into environmentally efficient multifamily housing, then you will need to explain to us why we're not worthy of having a park within walking distance. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thanks, Will. You've joined the ranks of council speakers. Welcome. Next on this topic is Bob Proctor.
I always need just the slides, I can never remember them.
Welcome, Bob.
Thank you. I'd like to emphasize we're talking about gently phasing in a quiet and respectful area, no competitive sports, no parking lot, no restrooms. If the thick bushy screening was planted right away, people visiting the graves would be better off. So it was good to see some white residents speak for Westwood. That reframed the debate. Permanently devote this land to honoring the diminishing longtime families, or use it to improve the physical and mental health of countless generations. Another reframing is the wishes of longtime residents, not in our neighborhood, who own cars and their homes, versus the health interests of human beings, not from Carrboro, who rent here while passing through and who might not have cars. Three neighbors you won't see at a council meeting. Ricky Van Hook, retired from Sanford, wrote you in 2021. Bernie Kemp from New York, 93 and barely able to walk or type, also wrote then. Isaac Ray from Hillsborough, over 60 and cleans up at Med Deli, signed our petition. We've known traditional burials are more important in some cultures. So for 2 years, we've advocated buying nearby beautiful land out Jones Ferry for a new cemetery in a pastoral setting. No dog walkers, no frisbee throwers, a truly beautiful place. Let's use affordable land to provide affordable plots. Only casket burials would be allowed for the first 10 years. The first zone could be laid out by local faith leaders and funeral home directors. Every cemetery has a transition cutoff. The cutoff for a new cemetery would be further into the future. We know moving to a new location is not the first choice of many connected to Westwood. But in the big view, for centuries and centuries, moving to a beautiful, beautiful setting now seems to be a reasonable ask to those families when the physical and mental health benefits to thousands on our apartment side of town for countless generations is considered. So this debate is not about access to affordable traditional burials. It's about accommodating the location preferences, wishes of a relatively small number of families, while doing so would permanently fill up more of this open green space before we inevitably move on. If Westwood is expanded by 1 acre, that could fill up in only 7 years, and then we would be back exactly to where we are now.
Thank you, Bob. Mr. Clerk, are there any other lists to bring to me that I'm waiting for general comment? Thank you. Okay, switching gears a little bit here, I'm going to start moving into additional speakers. So we'll start with Linda Hawk. Next will be Cliff Hawk. And then will be Patrick McDonough, I believe. As far as I can tell. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. I am Linda Hawk. I live on Mill Rock Court in Carrboro and Balloon Forest. I've spoken to you on a number of occasions, and I am glad that the discussion guidelines were mentioned. I've spoken about that before. I want to talk about, you do have very thorny issues that you have to deal with, and the community has to be able to trust each and every one of you. And I want to talk about facts and how I hope these discussion guidelines are here as well as out in the community. Damon, our mayor, tweeted this, I think it was May 22nd. Years of repetition of half-truths, misleading statements, and fear-mongering have been really corrosive to the public discourse on this issue. That's Bowling Creek Greenway. It's nice to see some community members finally organizing to present a clearer picture. And this is a picture, notice it's not paved to the Greenway, and he's pointing to Triangle Blog. A new petition against the Bowling Creek Greenway is riddled with misinformation. I'd also like to preface this by saying I was the North Carolina correspondent for Newsweek at the height of its powers, and I was fact-checked constantly. I had one of the best fact-check records, so facts are extremely important to me. What do I do? Which one? This one. Okay, this is a Triangle blog article that came out, I think it is May 30th, so a few days after the tweet. No, the Bowling Creek Greenway will not cost as much as building the Big Dig in Boston. Nope. You want to do it for me? Okay. Fighting, and this is in the article, fighting against the wrong information that's being circulated around Chapel Hill and Carrboro is almost a full-time job. We have fact-checked many claims related to the Bowling Creek Greenway. Further, you want me to just do it here?
Wendy, you've got about 30 seconds left.
The claim, the Greenway may cost up to $82.5 million. That is my research, just FYI. It's also sheer nonsense, says Triangle blog. This is a completely made-up number. This is Bethesda Magazine, MoCo 360, refers to Montgomery County. Ehrlich is the Montgomery County Executive Officer. Proposes delay of Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel and latest capital budget. Cliff?
Thank you, Linda. Are you giving up your time to speak? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. According to Elrich's proposal, capital budget, the trail would cost the county about $82.5 million to construct. That includes a dirt and gravel trail, 4 miles, that was affected by the Purple Line Metro, and that would be paved, and it also includes a tunnel. That was from 2023 in January. This is from 2014. Cost to rebuild Bethesda Silver Spring Capitol Crescent Trail nearly doubles from $49.5 million to $95 million. The county has long promised that the trail would not be removed as it was pitched by the light rail project. According to the Post, that's the Washington Post, officials said some of the higher costs are connected to requests to widen the trail from 2 feet from 10 to 12 feet and install additional lighting. I bring this up because the number was not sheer nonsense. It's unclear from the reporting in DC whether this applies, how the budget is really figured out. But it is not my responsibility to figure it out. It is your all responsibility. The project that you are undergoing and looking at is going to cost multiple millions of dollars. Triangle Blog said it was, I think, an outstanding sum. That's the one part I agree with. But whatever, it is expensive. It will probably at least cost what the library is. But the big deal is facts matter. And it is your responsibility to know how much a capital project would cost before you indebt the taxpayers. And it is truly distressing that our mayor, I don't have trust. It's very hard to have trust when you are basically told you are inaccurate, whether you're part of the Poland Climate Action Group or whether you're part of Keep Bowling Wild or Friends of Bowling Creek, that you are denigrated, you are put down, you are said that you are doing misinformation constantly in the community when it's not true. And there is a lack of trust and building anger. But there is a reason for that, and that goes to each and one of you on the council. That's your responsibility. This is a nonpartisan election. You all were supposed to be nonpartisan in your election, and I'm not sure that hasn't changed at this point. But at any rate, I would beg you to follow these and to be a responsible representative for all citizens in your town and take these issues seriously. Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Next person on the list is Patrick McDonough.
Is there a drive here?
And then we're going to move on to
Okay.
Drew Kelly.
There's no way to put a slide in off of. Okay. All right. Let's see. I'm just gonna have to wing it. A few weeks back, you voted on spot prioritization for a series of projects, which included the Sewell's Road side path and the Bowling Creek Greenway. Councilor Slade asked an excellent question. The Bowling Creek Greenway is not in the list. Can it be included along with the others? The decision that night, to make a long story short, was the Bowling Creek Greenway was not included. Some of the concerns were about public involvement and readiness of the document. I've reviewed the Sewell School Road side path and the Bowling Creek Greenway. The Bowling Creek Greenway had public involvement with over 100 people in person, 2 public meetings, and online public comments. The Sewell School side path has had none because there are no planning documents for it. The Bowling Creek Greenway, in terms of design, has a conceptual design, a 169-page report, and a series of other implementation strategies. The Sewell side path has nothing. In terms of where we are, the Sewell side path is in our submission to SPOT, and the Bowling Creek Greenway is not. And so the question is, if one of these projects has all the materials you need to move something forward in the SPOT process, the other one doesn't. Why? And the answer is simple. Over the past few years, the prior town manager issued basically what was a ban on discussion of the Bowling Creek Greenway in several town processes, including the Greenways Commission. We have folks on the Greenways Commission who were told you cannot discuss the Bowling Creek Greenway in this meeting. So that did not get into the SPOT process. We talk about having racial equity and climate action as 2 of our pillars. If you look at the qualified census tracts in your town survey, you will find that the number 2 thing that people in the qualified census tracts appreciate is having greenways. The number 8 priority is side paths along a road. If you want to talk about climate action, the clock is ticking. Why wouldn't we put that project in as well? If you put a project in the spot, it doesn't mean it will get funded. It means it has the opportunity to be scored to perhaps be funded. But if we decide, later this year, next year, whatever, to do the Bowling Creek Greenway, and we have not put it in a spot, we've just committed to waiting 2 more years. Except recently, NCDOT ran out of money, and they made everybody wait 5 years. So what happened over the last few years was undemocratic, because we got a series of complaints that turned into a mountain. And I had a really cool graphic where it had like racial equity and climate action here and public policy resting on the top. And there was a mountain that kind of pushed the whole thing up. And that mountain is complaining. We have town surveys that tell us what people think are important at a statistically valid level. We need to take concerns seriously. We need to take them into account. But we also need to keep them in perspective. I am asking you tonight to take that mountain, bring it down to a size that allows our public policy to rest on climate action, racial equity, and something that a lot of people in town want to see happen. Finally, I designed a greenway in Winston-Salem last year. If anyone would like to Google it, it's the Long Branch Trail Extension. The city of Winston-Salem got $6.5 million to pay for that extension. It's about 1.2 miles long. So if you divide 6.5 by 1.2, you'll see it's about $3 million a mile. There's also a $3 million bridge in there. The greenway will not cost $82 million. Not even close. Thank you. And finally, DCHC MPO, I spoke to the staff. Dale McKeel, former town transportation planner, believes you have time to amend that before the June 28th meeting so that it can be released in August by the MPO policy board. Thank you.
Patrick. The next speaker is Drew Kelly, and then Diane Robertson. Drew, are you here? There we go. Welcome, Drew.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. It's been almost 3 months since the majority of the council made the decision on the Bowling Creek engagement process to reject independent oversight and to set an arbitrary completion date. Despite promises of progress, there have been no updates to residents through formal communication channels. Many of us are frustrated and feeling completely left out of the discussion. The topic of paving Bowling Creek is constantly framed with words like equity and inclusion. For those words to hold value, though, town policies must support them, or else they become hollow promises to its residents. In this case, they seem to have been used to deflect against criticism of the engagement process in paving Bowling Creek writ large. And much of the argument for paving Bowling Creek is how equitable it will be for the community. But let's be clear, there's no evidence to back this up, and the town decided not to independently gather information to confirm this. What is clear is that an outsized benefit in terms of access to trails and second-order effects like increased property values will go to those who reside near the path and those who are petitioning you so vocally on this issue. For context, those residents who benefit the most have double the property value and income of the median household in Carrboro. There are already safe bike routes that run along the same course and are the same distance from those neighborhoods to schools. They go through quiet neighborhoods. They're already considered safe streets with no reported accidents in the last 3 to 5 years. None of this is to say that existing bike routes can't be improved. But we're talking about making improvements at the margins that cost significantly less and offer the same benefit as opposed to tearing up a forest to build a redundant bike route. If this is really about equity, there are objectively other routes that connect neighborhoods in need of safe streets that connect to Carrboro and Chapel Hill, including the upcoming pedestrian path along Estes. Alternatively, and I think you've heard some people in this audience, there are opportunities for capital investment in other areas of Carrboro that are far more urgent and deserving and would more equitably distribute town revenue. Switching topics to inclusion, in 2009, around 100 people, or half of 1% of the town, was involved in the engagement process. A few years ago, as part of Carrboro Connects, there was only one person who proposed paving Bowling Creek as an urgent need. Despite such a small interest from the community, the specific suggestion that we pave along Bowling Creek has received outsized attention from council. Any pretense the council could manage this independently has evaporated for many of us, and many council members have provided cloud cover and party support for pro-development and pro-paving interests, and allowed them to spread propaganda on this issue. And worse yet, you've promoted and legitimized organizations who promote dangerous and hateful rhetoric, and who shut down any good faith discussion on the topic. I just would say at this point, the path is not proven to be equitable. The engagement process is not yet inclusive. And I would just ask the town council, to the best of their ability, just take corrective action to remedy that. So thank you for your listening, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Drew. Thanks for hitting that 3-minute mark. Next speaker is Diane Robertson, and then Randy Pickerel. Diane, are you still here? There we are. Welcome, Diane.
I have all my equipment here. I just gave it back.
Anybody see a phone sitting in the audience?
We got it.
You got it. Okay.
Yes, please. Screen up here. Let's start with that one. Okay. Part 2. Diane Robertson, 405 Waterside Drive, Carrboro. I've lived here approximately 32 years, which means most of my life. I want to just start with what we just heard, which was helpful, that the $6 million, this is a quote from the newspaper about the Long Branch Trail that was just referenced. The $6 million will pay for a 1.2-mile extension north of from MLK to 25th Street, which by my calculation is in the city. A recent release from Manning's office said the trail will repurpose the former railroad corridor for pedestrians and cyclists and connect the educational and health facilities. I recently joined a walk with an engineer along a small portion of the proposed alignment who pointed out that because of the location of the creek and the sensitive riparian buffer along the alignment, and I have that in bold letters because it's a term everyone should look up and understand, concrete would not be appropriate in those areas. She suggested other materials, not concrete. She asked if we knew about the health of the creek. Were there any fish? Here are the residents. Could you just flip through those for me? Here are the Carrboro residents who can't speak for themselves in opposition to the destruction of their habitat, which means they will not survive. Come on. You can go on. This shows an alternative alignment. You can go on. This shows something that already exists, an upland alignment, and we'll just leave that there. In December 2022, the Paris Climate Agreement added biodiversity as essential to combating the climate crisis due to the tremendous loss of species from human development in their habitat. This project would also reduce the natural resilience of our community by increasing the impervious surface, which, by the way, we are currently taxed for the impervious surface. So to have the town build more impervious surface, where science says it should not be, seems totally out of order. Today, there was a code red air quality alert for the Triangle because of fires in Nova Scotia. They usually have 1,000 acres of fires a year. This year, 27,000 acres are on fire. I bring that up because we have to plan for the future for things we don't know will happen. Democratic representative government exists in large part to solve problems. What problem is this limited engagement process solving? I refer you to questions and information that I shared with you on February 14th for your work session. I believe that these should be answered before committing staff time and taxpayer money for a public engagement process that is incomplete because it was built on a single alignment from a 14-year-old concept study, not a study, a concept plan.
Thank you, Diane.
I add that we could be working with stakeholders for repurposing the Sewell School Railroad line, which will be retired when the UNC's coal plant closes. This suggestion was made to me by Councilman Danny Nowell when we met in February. Yes, this will happen. Rails to Trails, as you just heard, is a model that exists and is far much less expensive to construct and maintain than a concrete road on a winding creek bed in a floodplain in the forest. Have you considered the construction impact in the forest, bulldozers, jackhammers, possibly dynamite to remove ancient rock formations that will impact existing home foundations? I refer you to the construction along Estes Extension or Estes Road and I-40 if you haven't seen what it takes to put in concrete in anywhere, but certainly in a forest, which means removal of trees, which is the only thing we know that really mitigates carbon. If the existing path is compacted, all opportunities to address the problem are not being explored. It is not good governance, and it begs the question, why? There is an upland alternative. Next slide. Oh, there it is. There's an upland alternative that exists. This ideological commitment by most of the council to the riparian buffer seems more about pork and politics than good policy. If the existing path is compacted, it can be restored and improved, but not with an impervious road. The forest is not an amenity, a word used by a council member to describe it. Bowland Forest is a natural resource to be protected. It is not a park. We heard a lot about parks. This is not a park. The greenway planned along Bowland Creek is in contradiction to best practices for the riparian buffer and will reduce decarbonization. There is no imperative for a greenway in the riparian buffer of Bowland Creek. A greenway in this case is a misnomer, as it will be a concrete road in a sensitive ecological site. The story of the Western world is that of exploitation and colonization. No number of land acknowledgement statements will undo the damage of the past. However, our actions today can both acknowledge and stop the degradation that environmental imperialism has brought to the planet. Unlike the indigenous people who once lived here, we do not consider the impact of our decisions for 7 generations. This form of environmental gentrification has no place in a community that seeks to be a leader and progressive. Carrboro likes to consider itself progressive, which I have in quotes, because in this context, I don't understand what that means. As you look at the priorities through an equity lens, this will be situated in a part of town that has primarily HOAs. Yes, I live in one of those. How does the cost of this square with limited users who have the time and resources for leisurely cycling? Might these resources be used to support other concerns that serve a broader or different population? Those advocating for a paved road in the forest represent a kind of privilege, advocating for amenities for themselves to the detriment of the natural world, which is what those with privilege have done forever. I have more, but I'm being timed out, but I will just date myself and say this is paving paradise to put up a parking lot.
And next speaker is Martha Holzer. I'm sorry if I mispronounced the last name. Martha, are you here? Martha Holzer or Helser? No longer here. Okay. We're going to have to move on. I have another person signed up to speak, but I'm not quite sure what the topic is. The name is Brad Dahl. Brad, are you here? What is the topic, Brad? Okay, come on up. Thanks. Wait, hold on. Is this about the rezoning application, or is
This is much bigger.
Okay.
Oh, so you're
All right.
touches on that.
Welcome.
Subset of what I want to talk about.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Brad Dahl. My family and I moved to Carrboro for its natural beauty, bikeability, diversity, and progressive values. Since moving here, I was delighted to learn about the Carrboro Connect's comprehensive plan, which resonates deeply with me. I hope that the town can achieve this vision. Though I like almost everything about the plan, I was surprised to learn about an outdated connector roads policy originating in 1986 that actually calls for maximizing vehicle traffic. The policy prioritizes vehicle use over other modes of transportation. It creates what economists call induced demand. If you build more roads, you make it easier for people to drive, people drive more. They stop doing things like taking public transportation, riding a bike, or walking. The policy works directly against the Carrboro Connect's plan by increasing rather than decreasing the use of single-occupancy fossil fuel-reliant vehicles. I've heard that the town is interested in vehicle connectivity to ease traffic on arterial roads. Here too, induced demand caused by the connectivity policy works against the town's goals. It is well documented that in urban areas, when extra car infrastructure is added to ease traffic, it is rapidly consumed by even more cars. In short order, traffic is as bad as it was before, but now with more cars on the road, and with more space devoted to automobiles at the expense of other forms of transportation, housing, businesses, and community. Beyond the policy, the town seems to acknowledge that car infrastructure works against the Carrboro Connect's vision. There is interest in making better use of space and discouraging car transit by lowering parking requirements, particularly downtown. Additionally, Weaver Street is periodically closed to vehicle traffic for open streets, acknowledging that cars are not community. These kinds of street closures give us a glimpse of the better, more walkable, more human city centers we could have if we stopped prioritizing cars. In apparent effort to reconcile the policy with the town's goals, there's interest in amending it to call for complete streets. As applied in Carrboro, this seems to be the idea that vehicles, pedestrians, and bikes can coexist in equity and harmony. There is nothing equitable or harmonious about pitting a school kid on a bike against a 4,000-pound SUV. Abundant research shows that people are afraid to ride bikes for fear of cars, and this fear is particularly notable among women and minorities. The fear is totally rational. Cars kill 1.3 million people a year. Expensive physical barrier-separated bike infrastructure can help overcome this fear. However, in Carrboro, we already have a great alternative: residential streets that connect neighborhoods for bike and foot traffic, but block vehicles at various points by dedicated footpaths or bollards. Because these routes are inconvenient to navigate via car, they encourage non-automobile transit, and they are wonderful to use. I urge the Town Council to reevaluate the vehicle connectivity policy and evolve it to prioritize people instead of cars. Connect our great neighborhoods by foot and bike to encourage community and safety, combat climate change, and achieve the Carrboro Connect's vision. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brad. Next speaker is, okay, y'all, we're not going to do applause tonight. I apologize for interrupting you there, but we want to make sure everyone feels welcome to express themselves here. I have Kirsten Barker on the list to talk about Jade Creek. Kirsten, are you still here? Come on up. And Kirsten, you're aware that that is not on the agenda tonight, but it's, okay, good. Okay. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Good evening. My name is Kirsten Barker. I live at 116 Shadow Ridge Place, and I spoke at the marathon meeting on May 23rd during the quasi-judicial hearing for the Jade Creek development. My neighbors and I raised concerns at that time about stormwater and its impact on our community. As you know, 3 council members were absent during the Jade Creek hearing, and on behalf of the 40 families living near the proposed development and the 400 families in Lake Hogan Farms, we hope that all the council members, both the ones that were present and absent, thoroughly review and reflect on the issues we presented. Our concerns as residents deserve careful consideration. Recently, my younger son took an environmental studies course at college, focusing on climate change. Last week over dinner, he shared an amusing story from that class about a discussion where students were asked about their personal actions to address climate change. Most kids talked about solar panels, composting, and eating local, but one student whose dad was some corporate bigwig said that she became a vegetarian so she could offset the damage her dad did to the environment on all the trips he took on the corporate private jet. My son didn't know if that was funny or tragic. In many ways, that story parallels our current situation as residents. We are investing substantial amounts of time and money to address stormwater issues, but our efforts alone can't mitigate the existing problems, let alone the additional damage that will result from paving over the non-wetland area and constructing 72 homes as outlined in the current Jade Creek plan. Jade Creek's proposed stormwater system is designed to handle a 100-year storm. But here's the problem. As I submitted to you in documentation on the 23rd, currently a half an hour of normal rain causes flooding in our yards because the existing systems in Carrboro that are supposed to handle 25-year storms aren't working. A half an hour of rain is not a 25-year storm. If current stormwater systems aren't working, building a bigger one doesn't seem like a good strategy. Insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different outcome. I'm confident that you will receive additional public comments later tonight emphasizing stormwater problems in Carrboro. As our elected officials, you need to make appropriate demands from developers looking to build in our wonderful community. Please don't rubber stamp what's easiest for them. It's time to demand a different approach. Carrboro needs to take ownership of this issue and make sure that the safety and cost burden of managing stormwater does not literally trickle down to individual neighbors and backyards. Thank you for your time and attention, and thank you for your thoughtful service to our community.
Thank you, Kirsten.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Kirsten.
The Jade Creek matter is a quasi-judicial matter, calling for sworn testimony.
Mr. Attorney, will you use the microphone, please?
The Jade Creek matter is a quasi-judicial matter about which there's going to be further hearing or hearings before the council for people to come and testify about their views under oath. And so I would invite that speaker, certainly to the extent that she was talking about Jade Creek, to have an opportunity, if she wishes, when there is another public hearing, to provide her comments as she wishes under oath about the matter. And I think you might want to consider, Mr. Mayor, whether if you have other folks who want to talk about the Jade Creek matter, we have that sort of limitation.
I appreciate that comment, and I'll just also say that the 3 council members who were not present for the public hearing will be reviewing all of the materials from the public hearing and certifying that we've done so before we participate in further consideration of that matter. So all of the testimony that was offered during the public hearing on Jade Creek will be available to everyone on the council before we make a decision. Okay. Thanks again for being here. We are ready to move on to the rest of the agenda. Everybody here okay to move on, or we need a break?
Ask for a 5-minute recess.
Maybe we'll take a 5-minute recess. All right, we're back. We have a room full of new people. I appreciate your patience, and thank you for being with us tonight. Just to give you a little bit of a roadmap of where we are in the evening, we're going to take care of what's called our consent agenda now. There may be a couple of quick, I hope, things to deal with on that. Then we're going to move into the public hearings, which I think most of you are here to talk about. Just in case, I want to repeat something I said earlier for those of you who may have come in later and didn't hear this. If there's anyone here who came tonight to speak about the budget presentation the town manager will give us later in the evening, please know that there is a public hearing on the budget scheduled for next Tuesday. So if you don't want to sit with us for the next significant amount of time waiting for that item, please know that there is an opportunity for a public hearing next Tuesday about the budget. So you might just consider that option. Okay, so Mr. Manager, we're going to move on to the consent agenda, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item on the consent agenda is a request to issue a street closing permit for the festival Latino Americano. The purpose of the agenda item is to request that the town council consider adopting a resolution to issue a street closing permit application submitted by El Centro Hispano Incorporated for the temporary closing and usage of West Weaver Street from North Greensboro Street to Elm Street from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday, August 27th, 2023 for the festival. The next item is a request to adopt a resolution to award a service sidearm to a retiring police officer. The purpose of this agenda item is to request that the town council adopt the attached resolution to award the service sidearm to Lieutenant Willie Quick. Police Lieutenant Willie Quick will retire from the town of Carrboro Police Department on July 1st, 2023 after approximately 10 years of service with the town and 30 years of total law enforcement service. The next item is a request to award the 2023 street resurfacing contract. The purpose of this agenda item is to request that the town council award the 2023 resurfacing project to Daniels Incorporated of Garner, North Carolina. The next item is the appointments to the Affordable Housing Advisory Commission. And the final item is the capital project ordinance for Chapel Hill High School Homestead Road Multi-Use Path Project closeout. The purpose of this agenda item is to request that the town council consider approving additional funding to close out the project with the North Carolina Department of Transportation, the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, and the Federal Highway Administration.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Okay, I have a feeling we have a couple of items being pulled here. So why don't we start with Sammy and then Randy. Which one, Sammy?
Number 2.
Number 2 and Randy?
Number 5.
Number 2 and number 5. Barbara, are you moving approval of items numbers 1, 3, and 4?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
And moved by Barbara, seconded by Eleazar to approve items 1, 3, and 4 on the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously. All right, item number 2, Sammy.
Yes. Firstly, I want to start this by acknowledging and recognizing and giving gratitude to Lieutenant Quick, who's had 10 years of service to our town, and I think well deserves an award by the town. My vote tonight doesn't have to do anything with his service to our town, but rather the form of our awarding and recognizing his service. And over many years, I've voted in favor of awarding a gun to police officers who are retiring. Recently, I forget if it was Eleazar or Danny who questioned this practice at one of our most recent awardings, and that planted a seed in me. And with all of the shootings and the amount of guns that are in our country, just this past month we had Gun Awareness Month. It is really hard for me to vote in this way as a way to recognize someone's service. So I just wanted to give a quick explanation that this is in no way, I hope Lieutenant Quick can understand, is no way as a means to dishonor your work for our town. It's just a really hard thing for me in terms of like how to align our values as a town, and I believe the council is going to have a later discussion. But tonight, personally, I'm going to be voting no for that reason alone.
Thank you, Sammy. Appreciate your explanation. Is there a motion to approve item number 2 on the agenda, consent agenda?
I have a comment.
Okay, Eleazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is a question for the manager. So I too am conflicted around putting more guns in our communities. I was wondering, is there some alternative honoring or award we can give instead of a firearm? I know that this is kind of dictated by, if I read it correctly, there's a statute that allows officers to request this as a recognition. Is there, and it's up to the discretion of the town council whether or not to approve it, but is there some other recognition or something else they can do instead of awarding a firearm?
Yes, I can work with Chief ATEC to see if there's some other examples out there that maybe other police departments are using for this purpose, but we can look into that and get back to council.
So with that in mind, council, I would ask that we postpone or we table this resolution until we can get a response from the chief about alternative ways of honoring the service of this public servant. If, whenever appropriate.
Okay. Susan and then Randy.
I feel strongly that we honor Lieutenant Quick this evening with this resolution, recognizing his 10 years of service to our police department, 30 years of service as a police officer. I've had an opportunity to do a ride-along with Lieutenant Quick. I've had multiple conversations with Lieutenant Quick. He is the epitome of community policing, and I have learned tremendously from him. I'm sure many other community members are inspired by his leadership, his example, and I feel very strongly that we vote on this resolution this evening.
Right. I do want to say to council members too that, and Sammy mentioned this, that the manager knows that there's some interest on the council in having a future discussion about alternative ways of honoring our retiring officers. I think would be a really interesting discussion for us to have. So there is interest in us doing that. But I would hope that we would, given that Lieutenant Quick is retiring in just a couple weeks, that we go ahead and approve this resolution. Randy, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Now is not the time to change policy. This is about Lieutenant Quick. It's about a recognition and the award of the service firearm. That is a long-held tradition. I was present on Friday for Wear Orange in Chapel Hill, and I helped organize the Moms Against Gun Violence in Carrboro. This is not that issue. This is about recognizing service and, and ensuring that we don't make a political stand on a public servant's recognition at the time of celebrating his contribution to the safety and law enforcement of our community. So I too would want the resolution to move forward.
Would you like to move the resolution?
I'll move the resolution.
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second. The motion by Randy, second by Susan, that we approve item number 2 on the consent agenda. Not seeing any other hands. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
The matter passes 6 votes to 1. All right, we'll move on to item number 5 on the consent agenda. I believe that was Randy.
Yes. Actually, my question, I'm wondering if the question I have, I can just bring up at the budget presentation later, because it's more of a budget question. June 1st, I sent the manager some questions that are related to the closeout budget items for the multi-use path. And I'm just wondering if, Mr. Manager, it'd be all right if I just asked those 4 questions that I had sent on June 1st that are connected to this item, if I can hold that to your presentation later.
Yes, that'll be fine. Yes.
So I'll move item 5.
Is there a second?
A, B, and C.
Moved by Randy, seconded by Barbara to approve item 5 on the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously. All right, we'll move on to next agenda item, please, Mr. Manager.
The next two items are related. I'm losing my spot here. Hold on just a minute. My computer took off. There are two public hearings related to a rezoning and voluntary annexation. The first one is the public hearing request for voluntary annexation of property contiguous to the town limits. And the second one is a legislative public hearing proposed conditional rezoning at 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Before we get started on that, I just want to give sense of people. It's kind of the order of business here. So because these two items are related, I think it makes sense for us to simply open a hearing to deal with both at the same time. I talked to the attorney about that and the manager, and they both said that there shouldn't be a problem with us doing that procedurally. We will receive, I believe, a presentation from town staff, Mr. Manager. And then there may be a presentation by the petitioners if they have one. We'll then take comments from the public. And on that topic, we'll just say we appreciate you being here. I know it's later than you intended to be here already, but we are here to listen tonight. That's what this public hearing is about. And then council members will have an opportunity to ask questions of town staff. I do want to also just add, I think it may be unlikely that the council is going to make a decision on these matters tonight. That will ultimately depend on whatever questions town staff, council members have for the staff. But I just want to signal that to you that it seems likely to me that we won't make a decision tonight. Well, ultimately, that will be up to the council. All right, back to you, Mr. Manager, or Trish. Go ahead.
Do you want to get the purpose of the items?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. The purpose of the first item is for the town council to receive public comment on the request for voluntary annexation of three properties, 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane. An ordinance annexing these properties into the town limits provided for the town council's use. And the second legislative public hearing on proposed conditional rezoning of 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane. The purpose of this item is for the town council to receive comments. Towns received a petition from Parker Lewis LLC to rezone three properties at 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane from R20 to R3-CZ residential, 3,000 square feet per dwelling unit conditional, to allow for the subsequent submittal of an application to develop an architecturally integrated subdivision, AIS, including single-family and multifamily residences. A draft ordinance has been prepared. Town council must receive public comments before acting on a draft ordinance. And Trish McGuire, planning director, is here to provide an overview.
Thank you. Good evening,
I'm Trish.
everyone. Just have a few slides on the annexation request that is paired with this conditional rezoning petition. So I'll just jump in. We do have, as you have summarized, there is an order of proceeding here, and both of these are basically legislative public hearings, the first on the voluntary annexation and the second part on a map amendment to make the changes that the manager's reading of the purpose statement described. And so we do have the opportunity for, of course, public comment. And this was our framing, in preparation for tonight. So we're going to start off with the annexation. So we have received a petition from the property owners. These are properties that are contiguous to the town limits currently, and there are three parcels. They total about 9.7 acres of land. And as has been noted, there is this conditional rezoning petition or conditional map amendment petition under review at the same time. Approval of the annexation is needed before action on the rezoning because of the type of jurisdiction that is in place on the properties here. We have provided public notice as required by the general statutes, and a draft of an annexation ordinance is included in your packets. We still call them that, even though they're digital posting of the information. So in any case, the properties are shown here. You can see Homestead Road running through sort of the center of this map. And these three properties are shaded, connecting here to Lucas Lane, and then again having frontage on Homestead Road. Got an opportunity for you to take public comment or action, or have Tina proceed with her presentation as you'd like.
I'm thinking that it makes sense for us to proceed to your presentation on the rezoning request as well.
Sounds good. I think she's ready, all queued up. Thank Thank you.
Thanks, Trish. Welcome, Tina.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to be sure to acknowledge that the applicants are here as well as their engineer. So as we just described in the previous procedural recommendation for order of agenda items, I'll go ahead with this presentation. And there are some additional slides at the end if you'd like to use them to point out things in particular. I'll focus more on the overview and process and let the applicants do the deeper dive on their proposal. I had prepared a number of slides just to make sure we were all on the same page. We've received a number of comments, and I see a lot of people in the audience, and I wanted to make sure we were all kind of starting at the same point. Due to the late hour, I will try to run through things a little bit faster. There's a lot of images, so we just won't go through the text quite so much, but feel free to pause me or, if there's a question. As noted in Trish's remarks, we're talking about the three parcels right here that front Homestead Road. They're on the north side. To get your bearings, this is Winmore, Claremont North, Claremont South, and Kent Fields. The current zoning is R20, which allows for 20,000 square feet of land per dwelling unit, so roughly 20 to 21 dwelling units. The request is to increase to R3 conditional, so that they would be locking in by way of their condition and their site plan a maximum of 44 dwelling units with the potential for some additional ADUs in the future, so long as they can meet all the ordinance requirements. I think most of you are familiar with the term architecturally integrated subdivision. That gives the applicant an opportunity to make some adjustments with regard to the individual lot sizes and internal lot setbacks, but the perimeter setbacks would still remain the same, and that would be based on the neighboring property. Quick reminder of the tool of conditional zoning. And again, as Trish mentioned, if the rezoning is approved, there would be a second step, which would be a subsequent permit application. In this case, that would be a special use permit A. That would require a separate public hearing. But again, the rezoning sets the stage for that. So comments related to the proposal are best addressed during the rezoning phase. And likewise, any request for flexibility, the condition tool is really important. We'll go through those in a little bit more detail at the end, but there's an opportunity there for you to discuss those with the applicant and to consider modifications or an addition or subtraction as you all see together as those are mutually agreed upon. I think a little bit of background might be helpful for this project. As some of you may remember who attended the advisory board meeting back in April of 2022, the Zins presented two proposals. This is what was allowed based on the existing zoning, and their request based on the R3 categorization was about 70 units, a combination of triplexes and duplexes, probably mainly triplexes. And that was how it was this 70-unit proposal, which led to the request for R3. As you may remember, our zoning categories, it's R3, and then the next jump is R7.5. Subsequent to the advisory board meetings, the Zins held a neighborhood information meeting and heard some concerns from the neighbors that perhaps 70 units was a little bit too dense. So they went back and modified their project. They had some concerns, some issues meeting some of the other requirements, and so that seemed like a better fit. I'll let them speak more to their thought process, but this is the design of the project that's on the table for tonight. It involves about 27 single-family homes, roughly in these lots here, and then a row of likely duplexes here that would face the Claremont subdivision. There are 2 points of entry that I want to be clear with that because I've heard that question in some of the public comments that there was no direct access to Homestead Road, and in fact there is. That would be right here. And there's another connection point to Lucas Lane as required by ordinance. Please note that in the conditions, there would be traffic calming at this point. That exact design to be determined as part of either the permit or construction plans in consultation with the fire marshal as required. EV charging stations are shown here with the recreation space. This would be the stream buffer area. And the blue is to try to make this a little bit more visible. These are the two recommended stormwater management ponds. The applicant can speak more to that as well. We'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute, but as many of you are familiar, there's been interest in having some type of a bike ped facility along Homestead Road. I'll show a picture in just a minute. There's some grading issues here, so the applicants have suggested perhaps a raised boardwalk, at least along a portion of that, to accommodate that grade change. This is just in case we want to have a bigger image to discuss later. This is a sample of some of the elevations that were included in your packet from the applicants. This shows the single-family homes. This represents the triplex option. They have some other images they can share if they would like. With regard to policy analysis, this is a legislative decision, so we would look toward our new comprehensive plan to see examples of how this falls inconsistent with that long-range vision. The applicants can speak more to their strategy toward affordable housing. They are leaning more toward the size-limited home option versus a payment in lieu or actual affordable units. But it does provide that missing middle diversity of different housing sizes. The land use section of the comprehensive plan speaks to corridors and areas where additional density would be desirable, either in the near or long-term future. And certainly, again, cross-cutting strategy speaks to an opportunity to have more accessory dwelling units, which this project provides an opportunity for in the future. Again, some discussions in the transportation and mobility section about different improvements, particularly along Homestead Road. With regard to density, and I apologize that this is a little small, but I think it's helpful to kind of get your sense of how does this project here in the blue kind of fit among some of the other projects that have gone through a similar process. And this gives you a sense of the type of actual units per acre for these different projects. So as you can see, even though technically the request for rezoning is R3, based on the cap related to the actual rezoning, the conditions, the site plan, it's really just under 10,000 square feet per dwelling unit. So it really falls into that R7.5 category. And so you can get a sense of how that kind of fits among some of the other projects. Kentfields and the main portion of Claremont and the main portion of Claremont South fall into that R10, so slightly larger, but not significantly. And then, as you know, the Landings is a little bit more dense for multifamily for that project. I've noted under the size limited, as you read through the ordinance, that is the requirement for purchase homes. Where there's a project with more than a certain number of dwelling units, that you would provide 10% of homes within that are no greater than 1,350 square feet, as well as some a little bit smaller than that. So I just wanted to point that out.
You know, where the 15 multifamily homes are, do we know yet if those will be duplexes, triplexes, or some combination?
I think the Zins can speak to that, and some of that may be determined by the amount of parking that they have per unit, but I'll let them talk more about their vision for the housing. We've had some conversation about connectivity. And as noted, we have another text amendment coming up, another public hearing for complete streets and the benefits of connectivity for efficient services, bike ped connections, and so forth. As noted, this does require the applicant to build the street connection completely, but then again, traffic calming would be installed at the beginning. There's also been some questions about traffic assessment. And this is not entirely relevant to this project, but I thought it was useful background. So the applicant has provided a traffic estimate based on the 70-unit project, so there would be fewer trips than is shown in this estimate. This was DOT's review, saying that no TIA for their needs was required because they were anticipating only an additional about 407 trips. The threshold for DOT to require a TIA related to a driveway permit going onto a DOT street, that base is 3,000 trips, and this is an approximation of the types of examples of land use development to generate that 3,000 trips. As always, I think most of you are familiar. In Appendix A, there is a provision where you can ask for more information when you feel it's appropriate. So I'll just remind you of that in case this comes up further. This is an effort to show the drop-off along Homestead Road that we were talking about, where there may be that interest in a boardwalk. And I particularly like this image because it really does show the potential for that connectivity and how that would help get you through this neighborhood with some real benefits of sidewalk connections and so forth, and for bikes and pedestrians an opportunity to get closer from here almost to Stratford Drive without going on Homestead Road. So it provides some alternative routes as well. The draft conditions are in your packet. I've listed these verbatim for discussion points. I'm not going to go through them one by one other than to say, as is typical for conditional rezonings, the first condition speaks to what is determined as part of the rezoning versus what is determined later with the permit. The permit will be much more detailed, and this is the rezoning is really about showing, can you meet the ordinance? Where are the designated areas for a particular activity or particular requirement, the specifics of which would be determined with the subsequent permit. And again, the note here about the sample lots to show that they can in fact meet the requirement both for the multifamily and for the single family. Here's the place where we would lock in the density, the maximum number of units. With the adoption of Chapter 160D, we have that opportunity to provide that little bit of flexibility, so long as it's spelled out as part of the rezoning.
Sorry, in our packet, do you know what attachment these draft conditions are?
It should be attachment B.
B, thank you.
It's part of the rezoning ordinance.
Thanks.
I'll let the applicant speak to how they envision handling affordable housing. I think, as you know, if they do not volunteer to provide the town's policy of 15%, they're required to have a subsequent meeting with the council as part of the permit. And then finally, the connectivity item, listing the traffic calming measures. This one is still in italics because we're still working through this. Again, these are mutually agreed need to be mutually agreed upon. I think the applicant is more interested in more of a pedestrian facility versus more of a wider mixed use or multimodal, meaning bike ped facility, and that's something that you can discuss with them. In terms of the procedural notes, information is in your packet, comments from the advisory boards, and again, my apologies for missing the Stormwater Advisory Commission. You've now received that. And I have sent that to the Zins as well, so they have that information. We've just gone over the conditions, and there's an opportunity for you in seeking the balance between the applicant and the community's interests to kind of talk through those with the applicant if you wish. And then the resolution and for the resolution of consistency and the draft ordinance is in your packet. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Tina. I'm hoping we can hold questions until we hear from the applicant, but either a quick one, Eleazar.
Yeah, just a very quick one, and this could be an applicant question, that's fine. If you go back to that slide that has the project and the zoning, you mentioned that, of course, they're applying for an R3 conditional, but under projects, I believe you mentioned that this could also fall under a 7.5. Maybe it's not a question for you, but what would be the reasoning for not going for the 7.5 rather than the R3?
Well, at the time that the applicant submitted the project, they were looking at the larger number of units, and that was what locked in the R3 I'm not sure that we really sat down and have a conversation to consider would there be benefits of changing that, and I'll leave that for the applicants to think about.
Eleazar, thanks. Okay, thank you, Tina. So sounds like we do have a presentation from the applicant. So Omar, Adam, come on up. Welcome.
Everybody. It's going to be a late evening, maybe. Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with some information that may be redundant to most council members, but maybe not so much to the people gathered here today. First, I'm here with my brother Adam. We're the developers of this 9.7 acre parcel. Adam and I both grew up in Carrboro. We grew up behind Lake Hogan Farm. We've lived here most of our lives. We're second generation home builders. We, as most of you know, we developed Claremont, Claremont South, and Kenfield. All the projects right in this similar area. My daily job is that of a builder. So I'm a site guy. And we're also developers. And we've obviously seen a significant amount of change down Homestead Road in Carrboro over the last 45, 50 years. And this is no exception. In 2008, when the bubble burst, we were starting Claremont. I think when Lehman Brothers failed, we had maybe 8 or 9 spec houses. And we were in Claremont through 2012. It was a very difficult time. We did provide affordable housing in the form of duplexes in Claremont. Those duplexes, as many of you have heard me say, were very difficult to sell, were very difficult to close on, and were very difficult to digest at that time. The building and development world is unpredictable. Lumber prices go up, interest rates go up, house prices go up. You never know what's going to happen. So development and building, it's a risky game. Ultimately, here we are today with another project before you. We've looked at the Carrboro Connects policy closely, and early on, I met with council members, met with other people in the community, and we're really trying to go for a home run in terms of density. We started out with 70 units, and we heard significant negative feedback from a lot of people. So we've revised the plan, and we have what you see before you. We have 27 single-family units and 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 duplexes and triplexes. And in this format, Eleazar, most of the units, or Susan, most of the units are in a duplex format. And I also wouldn't have any problem shifting from R3 to 7.5, just to answer those 2 questions right off the bat. Because it still gets us in the direction that we want to be headed. It still meets those numbers. So I know there are a lot of people here tonight that are going to talk about traffic, that are going to talk about stormwater. It was only in 2008 that we started to develop Claremont. In 2012, we just needed a break from the building game. It was a very difficult time, and so we sold a lot of those lots to 2 or 3 other builders in Claremont South. We came forward with Kenfield, which we're wrapping up, and ultimately, we're looking to meet the ordinance, and we're looking to meet the goals of Carrboro. Carrboro wants density. Carrboro wants connectivity. So I'm sure we're going to hear from a lot of people tonight who would like to see less density and who would like to see no connectivity to Claremont. Ultimately, it's up to you guys to decide, as you know. We are providing over 56% open space. We're continuing to provide the pedestrian walkway, which is on both sides of the road, from the creek all the way up. Most of that's in a 5-foot format. We're providing rec space. We are providing smaller homes, much smaller homes. And as I mentioned at the last meeting, we prefer to provide 25% size limited housing based on our past experience. We had a very difficult time in 2008. We had houses that were finished and complete, that the land trust couldn't close on, that we were sitting on. Interest was accruing. Every time we built those houses, we were losing money, and we were already barely breaking even just building the houses we were selling at market rate. We were giving away hardwood flooring, finished attics, upgraded appliance packages. A lot of those people have moved on, but a lot of those people still remain, and they've done very well, based on those 2008 through 2012 prices. So ultimately, we meet the ordinance. Our storm system meets the ordinance. Our turn radius meets the ordinance. Our connectivity meets the ordinance. So, we'd like your approval. The alternative, ultimately, is 4 lots. No one wants to see 4 lots. Maybe some neighbors would like to see 4 lots, but I know the town of Carrboro doesn't want to see 4 lots. But ultimately, we're doing our best to provide you with what we think you guys want. I am here to answer any questions you may have. I appreciate you listening.
Thanks very much, Omar. We have a number of folks here to speak, so we're going to move on to that now. And then, do you have a question for a quick one? Go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Omar. Thank you for your presentation. And so my question before we move, and we definitely want to hear from the public, is, I hear you saying, I'm meeting the ordinance, we're meeting the ordinance, but what about meeting, some of the asks from the folks? There's concern that you already know about around stormwater and also ingress, egress, traffic. So is there anything you want to add about that now, or would you like to, maybe talk about that after the public speaks? Because I think you're aware of some of the things that are about to be said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Let's
You want to wait?
begin the comment process, and then maybe we'll have some time to discuss that afterwards.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Omar. Okay, so we have about just shy of 30 people signed up to speak this evening. I don't know how many of you were here from the beginning or have arrived later, but I just want to repeat a couple of things for this portion of the evening. First, we ask speakers to stay within 3 minutes or less for their comments. Since we do have so many people signed up to speak, I'm going to be pretty strict about that, and you'll hear my phone make an annoying noise when your time is up. So please help us out with that. Also, just, please address the council rather than audience members or individual council members. We're here to listen to you tonight and learn about your experience and your perspective on this proposal. And with that, we're going to start with the first. I'm just going to go in order the way people are signed up here. So we're going to start with Scarlett Coley. After that will be Bradley Dahl and Evan Seitler.
Directly with you guys as a group, I really appreciate acknowledging that we have tried to really have a dialogue and jump in. And I think the Zens were invited for a sit down recently, and we'd love to continue to figure it out together. So it's my birthday, and I want to thank everybody for coming to my party. It's
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It's a banger, and you guys are great. So I get to kick it off because it's my birthday, and I just want to offer a little bit of background. Like you noted, a lot of people are going to speak. I just want to clarify that the comments that we're going to share, they shouldn't be dismissed as from a small or homogenous group. It's true that the people who could make it here tonight were able to fit it into their schedules. There are many neighbors who don't have that luxury that were also here to speak on their behalf. As well as on the behalf of the new neighbors who are yet to arrive. They are also very important, and I know that you're focused on them in a lot of ways, and so are we. We know what it's like to live there and hope to live there peacefully with them. They'll be greatly affected by poor planning. My family moved here from Queens. It's the most diverse area on the planet. And growing up, I experienced homelessness, overcrowded apartments, and hunger. As a young adult, I worked on an Earth First commune. We currently live in Claremont. Brad mentioned a few reasons why. There's diversity in housing, economics, and ethnicity within the neighborhood, and we're learning more every day. The homes in Claremont are close together. I know we looked at the statistics of the lot size. I can touch my neighbor's house. So they're not all, large houses. So it does matter what streets we're talking about, and the fact people are going to speak about the fact that kids are playing in the streets. There's no front yards. This isn't some of the other older communities out in that side of town. So just context, some of you have been out to visit, which we really appreciate. I think some people haven't seen that space, and you do really need to see a space to make a decision like this. We have townhomes, apartments, and some are subsidized by Community Home Trust. The people who live in Winmore and Claremont are deeply invested as Carrboro's teachers, doctors, students, technicians, and clerks. We're concerned about rezoning for even more density without planning for traffic and stormwater in a way that's compatible with Carrboro's vision or shows concern for climate crisis or the safety of children. It is the developer's job to seek profit, understood. That's their job, and it should be, and it's Carrboro's job to uphold standards and accountability. It is likewise our responsibility to help the council understand the situation from the perspective of the experts who live there and have to live with the consequences. Over 600 of us have signed a petition and made comments specifically about increasing traffic at Lucas Lane. And because I've run out of time, I'll pass it to Brad to present. We really made an effort to consolidate our voice for your convenience and for everyone's convenience. This is just a printout of the petition, if you haven't looked at it online, and just a QR code to access it, and some comments.
Thanks, Scarlett. Will you do me a favor and hand those materials to the clerk, because he will be the best person to keep that safe. Sure. So next up is, you look familiar, Brad Dahl, come on up. And then we will hear from Evan Seitler and then Suparna Goswami. Welcome back. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thanks for hearing me out again. I'd like to read the petition for those of you that have not had the opportunity to review it online. As Scarlett mentioned, we have 604 people have signed it at this point. Petition says, stop planning to increase traffic at Lucas Lane. We want community, not cars. Are you ready for hundreds more cars coming through Claremont and Winmore? Hundreds is no exaggeration. We saw those estimates earlier. They were all in the hundreds. The town council is reviewing Zin development plans to increase density at the new build site, 310 Lucas Lane, changing the zoning from R20 to R3CZ, with an opening at Lucas Lane for vehicular traffic. This is problematic for several reasons. One, we have an opportunity to truly connect Carrboro communities with a paved path allowing for foot and bike, but not car traffic, and keep more trees in Tree City. Retained vegetation will also ease burden on stormwater facilities as extreme rain becomes more frequent due to climate change. Two, increased traffic is very dangerous in these dense family neighborhoods. Homes are on very small lots, so children frequently play in the streets. Three, Increased traffic will be particularly hazardous on Lucas Lane, which is only 21 feet wide at points. 4. The connection only works against the town's aim of reducing traffic on Homestead. Traffic will increase through the neighborhoods to cut the high school line, causing more merging congestion, particularly at Winmore's exit. And if you go online, there is a link to a video showing the severity of this problem. I lost track of the numbers, but the final one, whatever it is, connectivity for emergency vehicle use is responsible in principle, but wholly unnecessary here. As you can see in the maps, right, this is like half the depth of Claremont. So the neighborhood is small and the fire department is across the street. Homestead is going to be the fastest access. So why not use a paved path to connect our communities as exists between, say, Colfax Drive and Cobblestone Drive? This would allow us to connect by bike, foot, scooter, stroller, roller skates, just not motor vehicles. Sounds simple enough, but there's actually an ordinance to add vehicle traffic under Carrboro Connects. And this is at odds with other initiatives like building for density and providing smaller homes for young families. When kids have to play in the street, increased car traffic is unsafe. The spirit of Carrboro Connects is great, but cars are not community. Carrboro should deliver on its ideals and hold developers accountable. The free market will not do the planning for us. Please sign the petition if you'd like to stop vehicle traffic between our communities so that we can safely enjoy one another and use a paved path at 310 Lucas Lane instead. And if you go online, there's some examples of a nice kind of paved path that I referred to, and a pretty terrible traffic accident that we experienced on that road last summer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brad. Next is Evan Seitler, then Suparna Goswami, and then Yangguang Kao. Welcome, Evan.
Put this down. So I'm Evan Zeitler. I live at 212 Lucas Lane, which is just a little bit east of the pink spot there. And because so many of my neighbors and friends couldn't make it tonight, I'm going to be a little bit of a conduit for them and share some of their comments from the petition. So Katie Gonzalez said, I'm a resident of Winmore, and the traffic burden is already so large in our community. Adding to neighboring Claremont goes against everything the Chapel Hill and Carrboro stand for. Lizette McEwen, I would love to see a walking path connecting the neighborhoods. The best way to create community, in my opinion. Community comes through biking and walking to be able to say hello and meet a neighbor. It does not come by putting more cars through neighborhoods. Kevin Brown shared, Carrboro has the potential to be a beacon for human scale development. Building more roads, inducing car use, would move us in the wrong direction. We need to pivot from the car-centric development trends that started in the 50s and join the rest of the industrialized world. In making places that promote community and well-being, we need more paved paths for pedestrians and cyclists, more pedestrian malls, and fewer congested streets. Making alternate modes of transportation viable will reduce the use of cars. It'll result in more vibrant local businesses, more revenue for the town, and more pleasant places to enjoy life. Tom Pang added, the streets in Claremont and Winmore are a valuable resource to our community, and as others have said, our yards are generally small, so kids play in the streets and parents accompany them, striking up conversations with neighbors in the process. Something that I think many of you would be familiar with. I'd hate to see this aspect of our community sacrificed to automobile traffic, which has already done so much damage to the U.S. via pollution, accidents, etc. Colleague of mine, Gary Asher, I'm signing because the current plan appears to purposely divert traffic through surrounding neighborhoods in a way that will not reduce congestion on Homestead Road, since the diversion is from Homestead to Homestead. This would endanger families in the existing neighborhoods as well as drivers from the new neighborhood without any benefit to traffic on Homestead. Hard to understand how leaders of our community believe that this is a good plan for development. Ute Galm added, we chose this neighborhood because kids can meet and play safely outside in the streets and yards. I worry about the increase in traffic. This will make our children much less safe in their day-to-day life. Dennis Haynes, I just have two more. Please reduce the amount of housing, which is causing unsafe traffic patterns. Build the infrastructure first if you're going to use housing density. Don't just make density a policy without the infrastructure to support. And finally, Matthew Barrett added, I don't want the added cars. I live on the alley in Claremont that's next to the electric lines, which is kind of in that yellow area, and will be most affected by a connecting road on Lucas Lane. That turn from the alley onto Lucas is already difficult, and I have narrowly missed cars because of the site difficulty on that turn. Adding more cars there, there will be an accident, and it's just a matter of time. So I think you're hearing a lot of the same themes coming up over and over again in those comments. And so with that, I'll just yield the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thanks, Evan. Next is Suparna Goswami and Yangguang Kao, and then Ryan Gilmore. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I am Suparna Goswami, and just to give you a small background, I have grown up in India, and since then I have lived in Singapore and in Munich, Germany, which are some of the most densely populated cities in the world. One reason, and since the last almost 4 years, I have been living on 212 Jewel Drive in Claremont. One reason we were attracted to the Claremont neighborhood was because of the density, because I like seeing people walking around and talking to each other, and some of the other places that we saw, just cars going around without any human beings inside, kind of made me depressed when I first, the prospect of moving and living in such a place made me depressed. So that was the reason we chose Claremont. But I mean, the current proposal for development makes me nervous, in particular because of the higher vehicular traffic that the connection to Lucas Lane is going to cause in our neighborhood. So the Claremont neighborhood therefore asks you to deny the rezoning of 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane and any special use permits for these properties. We also ask that you deny the proposed amendment to the land use ordinance and prohibit traffic connectivity with any new development at Lucas Lane. I like the fact that we have all three schools, like the elementary school, middle school, and high school are walkable, or parents walk their kid. I walked my son every day over the pandemic, and kids ride their bikes. And I want the neighborhood to retain that. And I think increased traffic, increased density of cars on the roads will actually, have a negative impact on that. And let me also remind you some of the recent accidents in this area. In 2020, a 15-year-old ninth grader, Chan Mi-ye, was riding a bike and he was hit and run. In 2022, two were injured after a DWI suspect hit 3 cars on Homestead Road. In 2021, a cyclist was hit and run. And in 2020, there were vehicles wrecked on Homestead Road, hit utility pole. And more recently, we ourselves experienced in Jewel Drive where a car actually overturned while driving on Homestead Road. And this, adding additional heavy traffic on Lucas Lane, Jewel Drive, and Claremont Drive kind of makes me very nervous. And that's already what I have to say. I think the current infrastructure supports what current vehicular traffic we have, but it's not really geared to support additional traffic on these neighborhood streets. Thank you so much, and I yield my time to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suparna. Next is Yangguang Cao and Ryan Gilmore, and then Amy McPhee. Welcome.
Thank you, council members and mayors. Thank you for the time and opportunity to speak with you. And my name is Yangguang Cao. My family and I living in Claremont North for almost 8 years by now. I am neighbors of Sapar. We've been on the same street. I just want to elaborate a little bit on the accident happened in front of our house. That was night, almost the bedtime. A careless driver totally overturned her car upside down. That night I stayed late, cannot fall asleep. One side of me thinking, oh my God, unfortunate for the driver to have that accident. Another side, I think it's so fortunate to happen at night, not daytime, because I'm very sure that my case and my neighbor's case going to play on the streets or the sidewalk that day. If that happens in the daytime, it's not can be imagined. So in my opinion, increase the traffic through our neighborhood, Claremont, only can increase the chance of such dangerous accident to happen more often, sooner or later. So I don't think there's a reason to increase or allow the traffic through the Lucas Lane, because I believe the new upcoming young families, whoever living in the neighborhood, living in the new development, can to feel the same, because it's not safe, it's not necessary. That's my opinion. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks for being here tonight. Next is Ryan Gilmore, then Amy McPhee, then Ryan Oakes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ryan Gilmore, and I have lived in North Claremont for 3 years, 506 South Camellia Street, which is pretty much right at the entrance of Claremont. The Claremont neighborhood asks that you deny the rezoning of 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane and any special use permits for these properties. We also ask that you deny the amendment to the land use ordinance and prohibit traffic connectivity with any new development at Lucas Lane. We are concerned about vehicle traffic. I think you've heard that already. We have brought this to the town's attention in the past. We already see this at the corner entrance at Claremont to South Camellia, as we constantly witness people speeding from the stop sign at Lucas Lane, which is right there where you want to connect, to the corner at South Camellia and Claremont, where we live. People are distracted on cell phones, coming and going without obeying traffic laws. As a result, we feel safer when our kids play on Lucas Lane with a lot of our neighbors. The speed limit in Claremont is 25 miles an hour, which is also the same speed limit as Weaver Dairy Extension, which is a wider road with a designated bike lane, a sidewalk, and no homes facing the road directly, which is irrational. Worse is that even the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit on Weaver Dairy Extension is also not enforced. A primary concern associated with increased density is the surge of vehicular traffic. As the number of housing units rises, so does the number of vehicles, approximately influx 92 to 192 vehicles seeking parking spaces and navigating the local streets. This will significantly impact pedestrian safety and exacerbate existing concerns, particularly for our children. The increased traffic will lead to higher vehicle speeds, reduced visibility at crosswalks, and overall risk for pedestrians traversing our neighborhoods. Furthermore, a rise in vehicles will strain the effectiveness of existing traffic management measures, compromising their ability to mitigate safety risks. Our current infrastructure and design, including sidewalks, crosswalks, and traffic calming measures, are simply not enough. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Next is Amy McPhee, and then Ryan Oakes, and then Ben D'Agostino. Hey there.
Good evening. My name is Amy McPhee. My family and I live at 204 Lucas Lane in Claremont. Claremont neighborhood is asking that you deny the rezoning of 820 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane and any special use permits for these properties. We also ask you deny the proposed amendment to the land use ordinance and prohibit traffic connectivity with any new development at Lucas Lane. If you've been on Lucas Lane, you know it's very narrow. It measures 21 feet wide on the east side of South Camellia and 27 feet wide on the west side of South Camellia towards the development site. Every mailbox in Lucas Lane has been hit by a vehicle. Mine was hit 3 weeks ago. Lucas Lane is not large enough for a bus or sanitation vehicle to pass an oncoming car. I hear them honking their horns out there all the time. We implore you to examine what automobile connectivity means in our dense community. Because the lots are small, children play in the streets, making added vehicular traffic especially dangerous. With that in mind, we ask that any new development have its own entrance on Homestead Road. We ask that you preserve the safety of our neighborhood and only connect Lucas Lane for non-vehicular traffic. Pedestrian bicycle focused neighborhoods like Claremont are crucial for maintaining a sense of community in Carrboro, as well as promoting health and well-being for its citizens and the planet, just as the Carrboro Connects comprehensive plan outlines. It is essential that we follow through with the ideals of the plan and not continue to prioritize car infrastructure. A vehicle connection at Lucas Lane doesn't even offer any useful connectivity. It just funnels traffic back to Homestead, causing merging congestion in front of the fire station at the Winmore entrance during the morning traffic to schools. We know from the number of traffic accidents, including deadly hit and runs on Homestead Road, that it is dangerous. Diverting any additional dangerous drivers through our neighborhood is culpable. Traffic on Homestead lacks sufficient safety measures, and until they are resolved, you cannot allow an access point for additional traffic from Homestead through Claremont and Winmore. There is no upside to allowing car traffic through Lucas Lane. If car traffic is granted access, who will be responsible for the death or injury of a child? Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thanks for being here tonight. Next is Ryan Oakes, then Jen D'Agostino, and then Kevin Carnero. Welcome, Ryan.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Sales. My name is Ryan Oakes. I live on 127 Cobblestone Drive. So you're probably wondering, why am I here? Not in these neighborhoods. I'm here first because the actions of our town planners affect not just a given neighborhood, but the whole town. Second, I'm here in support of the people that are affected in this adjacent neighborhood to our own. Let me explain. There are 5 pillars to my argument against rezoning this new development or even developing it at all. And connecting the 2 neighborhoods by vehicle, most importantly. First is the safety of our citizens. Second is climate degradation. Third, stormwater management and flooding. Fourth is holding you guys accountable to your own policies of complete streets and climate action. And then finally, we have an inadequate public transportation system currently available to support this kind of development. So I'll start with the single highest priority to me is safety. I think arguably this could be anybody's highest priority, right? So you may recall that in 2018, after much effort from the community and much controversy, the town issued a traffic study in our neighborhood, Cobblestone. The findings were immutable. Though we have a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit through our neighborhood, we had an average of 37-mile-per-hour traffic with over 500 cars a day. This supported the installation of traffic calming devices, which have helped the problem immensely. But we still have a great deal of traffic due to our street being a sub-collector and part of an antiquated idea of vehicular connectivity. Connected streets by vehicle is antiquated because our infrastructure simply can't keep up with both growth and, moreover, technology. Mapping systems like Waze and Google Maps use algorithms that work in real time to direct traffic through any possible street to speed up the flow of traffic. That's the point of those mapping systems. This is called putting speed before safety. You cannot have both. Speed before safety is in direct conflict with your adoption of complete streets, which puts safety before speed. You have published an effort on our town website that climate change is not only important, but central to our town philosophy, so far as to put some fairly outlandish climate goals out there. Meanwhile, you're continuing to approve complete clear-cutting of neighborhoods, of forest, in order to have more homes, more density. Why? For every home you create, an average of 2 cars will be added to our already traffic congested town. Your goal of getting rid of cars can't work when density you're creating is over 2 miles from the necessities of life. Groceries, postal services, small businesses of all type. You can't possibly think these people will be without cars and take buses.
Thanks, Ryan. What's your name? Okay. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. So allowing more homes gets rid of our wonderful canopy. It reduces oxygen, creates more heat, more carbon footprint, more storm runoff. We've heard about that a lot. Claremont North currently has 2 stormwater ponds that no one will take responsibility for. And Claremont South has issues that need addressing. Responsible development, which is not a game, would address these issues before clear-cutting for a new neighborhood. All this while we already have a stormwater problem? My wife has shown you guys in a meeting before videos of our yard flooding with 3 feet of water. This used to happen occasionally. But now that Sander Way development has been allowed directly upstream from us, this is a regular event for us. It's happened 3 times just this year alone. We obviously are not the only people who suffer from stormwater problems. We have flooding issues all over town, in part due to poor planning and in part due to lack of planning and maintenance. I've witnessed 2 clogged up storm drains just this past weekend, one at the end of Trip Farm Road and the other on Cobblestone Place. You must first correct our existing infrastructure problems and deal with both stormwater and public safety before approving mass development. I'm not against development at all, but I am against irresponsible development. You want to promote complete streets as your policy, but you're in direct conflict with their philosophy of safety first. You need to look at the 10 elements of the complete streets policy. Without going down a deep rabbit hole here tonight, which we don't have time for, I'll simply point out that connected streets by vehicle are not part of the complete streets philosophy. Only connection by bicycle and pedestrian access is approved by complete streets. I will point out 2 of their 10 elements. Element 3 applies to all projects and phases. That means from zoning to planning, development, and all the way to maintenance. It is an inclusive approach that deals with safety of citizens first and foremost, and includes responsible actions to our social structure and our climate. Element 7 requires proactive land use planning. This is all about planning for the future, not an immediate agenda. Allowing the development of numerous homes, then connecting them all through neighborhoods by vehicle is irresponsible on all these counts, not just a few of them, all of them. As a final note, I would like to know why we aren't dealing with our own public transportation first. We could create a light electric trolley system, bus system, something that runs all day, every day on a regular schedule just through Carrboro alone. This would allow you to build out.
Are you Kevin?
Thank you. As I was saying, this would allow you to build out small developments without increasing traffic downtown. Big goal. As it stands, for every home you add, it adds 2 cars to the downtown traffic burden. Every one of these new homes we're talking about adds 2 cars to the downtown traffic burden. That is a fact. In closing, I believe Carrboro has an identity crisis. There's a stated agenda to be inclusive, climate-oriented, urban, dense, affordable, and safe. Not all of these items are mutually exclusive. However, our town's actions are in direct contradiction with these aforementioned items. It appears that Carrboro may be a bit overly ambitious. Let's take a step back. Let's breathe. Finding my own word. I got caught up in the breathing moment. Anyway, let's consider our existing challenges before creating problems that will cost millions more to correct later. Let's put our citizens and families first and our developers second. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. So hold on to the applause, folks, please. Next up is Lindy Schilling. Then I apologize ahead of time for mispronouncing Biljana Georgieva, and then Josh Dooley. Lindy, are you here? Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Lindy Schilling. I have lived in Claremont South for almost 6 years. I have been on the Claremont HOA board for the past 2.5 years. On behalf of Claremont HOA, I sent emails about our traffic and stormwater issues and concerns to the Town of Carrboro Town Council, Stormwater Department, and Planning Department. My 3-minute speech is not going to do justice to our stormwater issues. So if you have read those emails that I sent, thank you. If you have not read them, please do so. Also, Claremont residents would like to thank all of the town council members who have taken their personal time to come out to our neighborhood, to walk with us and listen to us about our stormwater issues. And we would encourage all town council members to please come out. We would like to show you our wonderful neighborhood. Tonight, I'm speaking specifically about Claremont's stormwater control measures. Density development creates a substantial increase in impervious surface compared to the impervious surface of R20 and Claremont. Basically, what that means is that the elevated land and concrete surfaces of the density development will not absorb enough water. This is especially important because the stormwater control measures for Claremont, which are lower and flow downstream, have not been built to accommodate the increased runoff that will be generated by the R3CZ dense development. For environmental protection, we request that the developer does not connect the density development stormwater to Claremont North's SCMs. The Claremont North stormwater ponds need substantial work of about $135,000 to $150,000 in repair costs to be in compliance with the town's stormwater requirements. This is because our stormwater ponds were not built properly or maintained by this developer before turning them over to the HOA to manage. This same developer has not adhered to the town of Carrboro stormwater maintenance standards in Claremont, allowing this developer to build and connect neighborhoods with stormwater control measures puts undue financial burden on taxpayers and voters. Claremont HOA has endured costly engineer evaluations on the north and south stormwater ponds. The inadequate construction of our stormwater ponds by this developer has already created significant challenges for our community, including the future cost of removing 75 truckloads of material from SCM Pond 2 in Claremont North. Thank you.
Who just said that? What? Okay, thank you.
If the town council entrusts this developer with the responsibility of developing the new neighborhood, this decision may lead to further drainage issues, flooding, and property damage that will flow down into Claremont North stormwater ponds. Will your tax base continue to invest in Carrboro when there is bad infrastructure? For protecting residential communities, Claremont HOA asked the town of Carrboro to enforce surety bonds on the new development, as well as enforcing surety bonds on Claremont South stormwater control measures. The developer has repeated the same negligence with Claremont South SEMs and ignores our request to finish them up to code. In Phase 4, it has been 8 years since they started the stormwater ponds. In Phase 5, it has been 6 years since they started the stormwater ponds, and they are not finished, and they have not been passed over to our HOA by the town of Carrboro. Stormwater is the infrastructure of a neighborhood development. If stormwater control measures are not finished up to code and certified by the town of Carrboro, then neighborhoods like Claremont remain undeveloped. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lindy, for being here tonight. Next is Josh Dooley, and then Yuko Miyamoto. Welcome, Josh.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Josh Dooley. I live in Claremont North. I've been there for about 10 years with my family. It's a bit of an emotional issue. Having lived there and having this occur, I heard the Zin say, "We are the developer," which kind of set me off. But I didn't understand that this is a done deal. It sounds like this is done. It kind of upset me, so forgive me. The Claremont neighborhood asks that you deny the rezoning of 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane and any special use permits for these properties. We also ask that you deny the proposed amendment to the land use ordinance and prohibit traffic connectivity, as we've talked about before. We know the town council's focus on affordability. The current developer is preaching affordability in the new community. The developer is working a history of building community home trusts right across the street from us. There's 12 of them. if they were really interested in affordability, that would be a topic that we'd be talking about. Instead, we're talking about what we have been. They've talked about the rising costs of lumber. Affordability is not one of those things that you get to have with increased cost. The density does not automatically result in affordable housing units. Just putting more houses there doesn't cost control. The homes that are going for in our neighborhood are about $1 million. Nobody can afford that as far as affordable housing. The townhomes across the street from us are about $550. I don't know what kind of affordable housing we're looking for, but that's a townhome, right? So I don't know what kind of housing stock we're looking at in the future, but the minute those go in, whatever price they say they're going to be at, the prices are going to go up. Bridgepoint, neighborhood that's being marketed as affordable, is $482. That's the average house price. Single family home in Kentfield, 1,100 square feet. We talked about the small houses. 1,100 square feet in Kentfield, $430,000. 2,300 square feet in the same area, $630,000. I don't think that that's a reasonable price to ask for affordable housing to be at. That's ridiculous. Also, the HOA dues, that's on everybody. I don't know if $1,000 is what ours is, so that's going to be about what you're going to ask people to pay for affordable housing. So that's a hidden cost we don't talk about. That's $250 every quarter. Something to be thought of. So that's what I had to say.
Thanks. Appreciate it, Josh. Next is Yuko Miyamoto. Is Yuko here? Welcome. And after Yuko will be Mark Silka.
Thank you, council members. Good evening. My name is Yuko Miyamoto. My family and I have lived on 208 Lucas Lane, next door to Amy and Evan and their families. The Claremont neighborhood and I would like to ask the council to deny the rezoning of the 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane and any special use permits for these properties. Deny the proposed amendment to the land use ordinance and prohibit traffic connectivity with any new development at Lucas Lane. I would like to add that I am in favor of connectivity if it's in the form of walking or bicycle, because I like to talk to the people who come by, but just don't want more cars on my street. Furthermore, introducing high-density housing in our community can have far-reaching negative consequences. The existing infrastructure, including schools, roads, and public services, may not be adequately equipped to handle the increased population density. This could lead to further strain on resources, increased traffic congestion, and reduced quality of life for our current taxpayers and voters. Instead of focusing on adding density in rural area, I urge the City Council to explore alternative approaches for affordable housing. This may include incentivizing developers to partner with nonprofit organizations to develop targeted affordable housing projects. By adopting a comprehensive and thoughtful strategy, we can create affordable housing opportunities that are both effective and sustainable without compromising the existing fabric and character of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks, Yuko. Next is Mark Silka, then April Mills. Welcome, Mark.
Good evening. My name is Mark Zilka. I actually was the first resident in Winmore before the lights went in and everything. And I really like the neighborhood so much that in 2020 we actually moved to Claremont. So I've got to see both neighborhoods. I got to see Winmore and Claremont when it was a forest, when it was mud, as things developed. It was really neat to see the neighborhood develop from a small number of people to a community. You know, people really like walking around the neighborhoods. People really like biking. The kids, you know, wander the neighborhoods and go into the forest, the bamboo forest, which is going to be cut down as part of this development, etc. The snakes are back there too. And so, the reason we moved to Winmore, of all the places we could have gone in Chapel Hill, was because it was advertised as the first green-built community in Carrboro. You guys some of you may remember that. I was really passionate about sustainability. I wanted to put solar on my house someday, and it turns out that we were actually the first home in Winmore to put solar photovoltaics on our house. We had a solar carport. Lots of people came, checked it out. I actually blogged about it, so you guys can check it out if you're interested. And then when we moved to Claremont, I got solar on that house quickly. And so sustainability is really important to me. And so when I saw the the Carrboro Connects comprehensive plan, I got really excited, right? Because it was clear Carrboro had this in mind as well. You know, one of the chapters, you know, the climate action and environment, goal number one, you know, so with goal number one, presumably that's an important goal, achieve an 80% reduction in per capita greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 compared to 2010 levels. So this is like great. All right, so this means Carrboro is thinking about incorporating this into all future building. Transportation goal number 3, again, reduce greenhouse gas emissions from motor vehicles by 80% in 2030. And so I think we all appreciate that the climate crisis is going to be impacting all of us now and in the future. And I think today is a perfect example of this. We see, you know, smoke in the air for the next few days because of forest fires in Canada. You know, this is not like a normal occurrence. And so everybody needs to have the fundamental right to basically to have access to technologies that reduce their dependence on fossil fuel in homes and in transportation. This includes photovoltaics on the homes, battery storage, electric vehicles, and importantly, convenient home vehicle charging. And so, as you know, the Planning Board is required to evaluate whether a proposed rezoning petition is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And as a resident, it's pretty clear that this new development is not consistent with the plan. For example, are these homes going to be solar ready? Are there going to be charging options, especially for these multifamily homes that aren't going to create tripping hazards? You know, they're going to be parking like right in front of these homes with a parking pad right at their front door. You know, in 2030, 50% of all cars are going to be EVs. Where are these 50% cars going to be charging? These 2 chargers that are going to be installed are not sufficient. If you have an EV, a level 2 charger, it takes 7 to 10 hours to charge your car. You know, that's just like, you know, it's not possible. And so we're going to basically put all of these individuals at a disadvantage that live there. So I hope you sort of consider your 80% reduction in the plan. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Mark. Next is April Mills, then Haley Womble, and then Matt Barrett. I'm sorry? Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Good evening. My name is April Mills, and I live in Claremont for 10 years with my family. And we love living there, and we love our house. We ask that you deny the rezoning of 820 and 904 Homestead Road and 310 Lucas Lane and any special use permit of these properties. We ask that you deny the purpose amendment to the land use ordinance and prohibit traffic connectivity with the new development at Lucas Lane. Really, due to the mistrust and lack of transparency and documentation from the developer to Claremont North around stormwater. Due to the lack of upkeep, maintenance, and communication from the developer, currently to Claremont South and our PM, who is our management company for our HOA. Carrboro taxpayers in Claremont are facing, you heard, $135,000 to $150,000 remediation of our ponds. We still don't know what our costs to clean up the south ponds are because we don't have those turned over, but those are not been maintained. If you walk into one of the ponds, you will see tree stumps and other things that are just hanging out. Claremont is at risk of a new development causing additional issues due to the natural slope of the land, the flow of water, and how the developer grades the acreage. Please consider the benefit of trees for our stormwater. Neighbors have already dealt with flooding, and we tie into the Boylan Creek. This impacts anyone along the watershed. We have a concentrated flow of water. Stormwater needs to be evaluated for a 50 or 100-year storm event. All developers should have a surety bond on the development in the town to protect the neighborhoods and anyone really within the communities. Anyone on a committee for the town should be required to walk a community they are evaluating. I believe the town council members that attended our walking tours with neighbors listened to us. We were grateful and we really appreciate your time. Until the town works with neighborhoods to fix the current infrastructure around stormwater and policies and procedures and have a clear plan and path forward with the town's staff, I believe any new development should be put on pause, including Jade Creek, the Homestead, and anyone else. We are creating just a compounding interest of a nightmare for homeowners around stormwater and infrastructure. The rezoning lacks green space and community space for neighbors. After listening to the park conversation tonight, it's clear that people want green space, and when you're building for density without it, you're creating other issues to come. The infrastructure around our current streets cannot take 200 new vehicles. It was not built or designed with that density in mind. Diverting traffic through a neighborhood is not a solution to the Homestead Road. Building connectivity that aligns with future goals around non-vehicle use is desirable. For the safety of our residents and for the fabric of our diverse neighborhood that you've seen tonight, we would appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming tonight, April. Next is Haley Womble, and then Matt Barrett, and Molly Whittington. Welcome, Haley.
Good evening. Thank you for your service. My name's Haley Womble. I'm a teacher in Chapel Hill Carrboro City Schools, and I live in Claremont. Mine is a more personal perspective. When we moved to Carrboro almost 10 years ago, my husband and I, sorry, I have to turn my brightness up, would ride through the neighborhoods to get a sense of what type of community we might be moving into. What set Claremont apart was that every single time we would drive through, we noticed kids out playing street hockey on Lucas Lane. This is something we wanted our kids to be a part of. We got to watch these little kids in the street turn into middle schoolers, high schoolers, and eventually venture out into the world on their own. Unfortunately, we tragically lost one of those kids almost 2 years ago. Every neighbor that I know, and more that I didn't, showed up on our neighbor's front porch to express our love and concern for the unimaginable. Communities aren't built by paving roads for vehicles. Communities are built by connecting people, maybe at the park, the bike paths, the green spaces, the bus stops, or the playgrounds. That sense of community is developed by creating a place where children and adults can walk freely and feel safe in their surroundings. Cars don't connect and build communities, humans do. We ask that you specifically connect the new development with pedestrian and bike paths only, and not open it to vehicular traffic. We welcome our future neighbors and can't wait for them to join us for a Lucas Lane hockey match. Thank you.
Thanks, Haley. Thanks for coming out tonight. Next is Matt Barrett. Is Matt here? Is that Matt? Hey, Matt. Welcome. After Matt will be Molly Whittington and then Tom Barta.
Hi, everybody. My name is Matt Barrett. I live at 410 South Camellia Street.
Matt, just, be sure to speak into the microphone.
My name is Matt Barrett. I live at 410 South Camellia Street. If you were curious on this, I'm going to be right about there on Claremont. And essentially, I can say that coming down this road, if I had the power. Well, there you go. I can say coming down this road, I've easily missed cars, had almost hit kids, and everybody goes back and forth. And it's a real neighborhood. I don't know anything about stormwater or anything else, so I can't comment on any of that. And I live in one of the duplexes, so it would be ridiculously hypocritical of me to say, don't do the duplexes or, have affordable housing. But what I can say, and what doesn't really make any sense to me on the planning department, is why it needs to be connected. It just doesn't, unless there's some sort of emergency vehicle rule, it fundamentally makes no sense to me. And the one little advertisement sort of letter that was saying that there would be 710, and we saw a presentation about that. What I thought was rather interesting about that is that roads go both ways, okay? You're saying 710, that's only if from theirs would go into our neighborhood. There's no reason, hell, if I live here, I could either go to Claremont out this way or going out this way into their neighborhood. A road goes both ways. We have many, many, many hundreds of homes here. If you connect, there's no reason to say that our things don't go right through this neighborhood. And their neighborhood is not going to be prepared, just like ours isn't, for the massively increased traffic that would allow. And the whole definition of community, cars and everything else. I mean, I can look through this and I probably see at least 6 neighbors that I can name their children, their dogs, everything else, because I walk all the time and they all know my dog because she walks constantly. But the fundamental aspect is if you allow a lot more cars and you're going to be going both ways. I mean, the street is 2 ways. So I'm going to be, causing problems in their neighborhood and they're going to be causing problems in ours. And there's no fundamental better traffic method for it. It doesn't save anything. It doesn't do anything. So thank you very much for your time. I know this is incredibly late and I appreciate all that you're doing.
Thank you, Matt.
Good night.
Have a good night. Next is Molly Whittington, then Tom Barta, and then Hillary Klein. Welcome, Molly.
Hi. I live on Stratford Drive. Been at this meeting since the beginning. Whew, it's long.
Us too.
I'm born and raised in North Carolina. I've been in Chapel Hill for almost 6 years. This is my first time at a town council meeting, and I'd like to express my opinion that I wanted to say for a long time. I agree, and I see that you want affordable housing, but building more houses on small plots of land will not make housing prices go down. People are attracted to Chapel Hill and Carrboro because it's a vibrant downtown, because of its vibrant downtown, yet small town feel. But the direction we are going in will overwhelm our streets, our schools, our cemeteries, facilities. I argue to not expand the housing density from R20 to R3CZ or 7.25, whatever it ends up being, at 820 and 904 Homestead Road. Denser housing is the trend all over Carrboro and Chapel Hill as we increase our population by the hundreds or thousands or whatever it's going to be. What will the future look like if we don't responsibly plan for housing in Carrboro and Chapel Hill? Nonstop traffic, loss of habitats for nature as we consider taking out forests and paving Bowling Creek, unbikeable streets, overwhelmed stormwater, loss of the surrounding hill country, overcrowded schools, full cemetery plots, all with rising housing costs, pricing out low-income families. If I could go to every rezoning meeting, I would, to voice my opinion on not annexing this property and not expanding dense housing in general in Carrboro. Two of my neighbors, it's late, they have kids, I have kids, they had to leave on a while, but they gave me their written statement. They wanted to also talk about this will, I believe, be a walk zone for McDougal Elementary and McDougal Middle School. However, it's across the street from Homestead with right as there's a turn lane into Wexford. And I believe the children then would have to cross the street. So we would like further, I guess, investigation and, if this is going to be a walk zone. But thank you.
Thanks very much. Next is Tom Barta. Tom, are you here? Welcome, Tom. Then Hillary Klein and Leo Reynolds.
So I've been living in Carrboro since 2004, and I really love it here. I think it's a great town, and it's very inclusive and does a lot of things right. I'd like to say up front that I think the way some of the complex problems we faced has ended up pretty well, like what we're doing with the library currently and the Arts Center. And MLK Park eventually reached a point where people are mostly happy with how it turned out. There was a lot of controversy about that in the past. And I love what you've done in terms of bicycle safety. But in terms of what we're supposed to be talking about today, we have attractive land with trees on it, and it will have more than 4 and less than 70 houses. And is that more valuable than the tract of land with trees on it? I would argue that that might be to several people in the room, but not to the community as a whole. I think that being along the watershed, the water ends up going basically down by my house, down the end of Pathway Drive, and the water is contaminated. You have you have impermeable surfaces, you have runoff. You have runoff of chemicals from cars, chemicals from pesticides, all kinds of lawn care products, and it doesn't serve the community well. I think that where the town falls down is dealing with undeveloped land. We've had issues with that numerous times since I've been here. The Craig tract, he doesn't even live in the town. He's torn all the trees down his section. And the new developments that go in, and I don't see the new developments really benefit people. And to touch very briefly on a related topic, well, one more point, though. I think that also the proposed building here, the proposed zone, would make Homestead itself a bit less safe for bicycles, which is a factor. It would be more traffic, less safety. But I would like to comment just briefly on a previous subject, and that is there has been a revival of the Pave Along Bowling Creek movement. And I can tell you that the people living in the communities are not in favor of that. And I don't think it's a good idea. If you look what they did over on Umstead Street, they built a path behind there, and it was really not an improvement. It did not really help. Sometimes paths are a useful thing. There's a situation over near where Trader Joe's is, and you have those high tension wires. The high tension wires, it's flat anyway. You don't want trees there. That's a good path. But greenways don't work equally well everywhere. I think the idea of running it along the train tracks is very smart, and that's the way to do it if you're going to do it. I think people in the community will get behind that. Sorry for taking on two subjects at once, but I really appreciate the time to speak to you.
Thanks, Tom. Good to see you. Next is Hillary Klein, then Leo Reynolds, then Ching Yang, I think.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, honorable town council members. Thank you so much for giving us your time and all of your service. We really appreciate it. I'm also from the Claremont community. I live on Jewel Drive. I'm the mother of two small kids. You've heard a lot about kids playing in the street. My kids are two of those streets. They play on Lucas Lane literally every day of the week. And I'll be brief because a lot of the points I wanted to hit have already been hit tonight. But the first thing I'd like to talk about is how special Claremont is. If you look at the 2020 census numbers and you look at by census block, we're actually more diverse than Carrboro is overall. We have kids playing together from all socioeconomic, racial, ethnic backgrounds. It's a really special place, and we're here today. We've all shown up today in large numbers because we're really depending upon you to protect the amazing community that we have. We understand the land is going to be developed. I don't think you've heard, not in my backyard arguments today, but we are asking for some common sense protections to preserve the community and to protect our children. We're really worried that this the connectivity issue is going to fundamentally and irrevocably change the nature of our neighborhood, and that it will do so also for the new neighborhood that's being built. So we really urge you to strongly consider a connectivity that's pedestrian, that's bicycle, but it's not a car connectivity. We really believe that will fundamentally and irrevocably change the nature of our neighborhood and how safe it is and has been for our kids. And the next point and last point I want to reach is the importance of greenery and green space. The current plan just does not have enough of that. It does not have enough of it to reach Carrboro's environmental goals that you have already passed. It does not have enough to be consistent with the greenery, the play space, the open space that is already provided and commensurate with what is already in those communities. They just need to do more, and they need more green buffer. And I would note that would also, increasing that would also help with the stormwater issues that you've heard a lot about tonight. So I strongly urge you just to consider those things, please, and consider people coming out and keeping you late at night being how much we really care about this community, and I think it's the best Carrboro has to offer and just want to preserve that for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Next is Leo Reynolds, then Ching Yang, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and Maya Mikati. Welcome, Leo.
I will be brief. I'm Leo Reynolds, and I've lived on Stratford Drive for 30 years. So I'm an old timer in the neighborhood. About 600 feet from the proposed new neighborhood. I'm opposed to the proposed rezoning of this property on the basis of its drastically increased density compared to anything else on Western Homestead, and the precedents that this would likely make for drastically increasing density in future development on Homestead Road. I believe that this density is probably a lot denser than the older areas of Carrboro that we hold up as great examples of a community to live in. it may be to the benefit of developers, this increased density, to increase profit. I'm not sure about that, but it seems like it might. It may be benefit of some people want to feel good about pushing density as far as you possibly can in development. But I think that's to the detriment of the the character of the built environment. I think if this goes forward, it's going to lead to degradation in the built environment in coming years. So thank you.
Thank you for coming out, Leo. Next is Ching Yang. Welcome. And then Maya Mikati and Emily Evans.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. And so my name is Qing Yang, so your pronunciation is absolutely correct. And thank you for listening to our neighbors' comments and concerns during this very late hours. And this is also my first council meeting. And I didn't really expect it's going to be like 3.5 hours long.
Neither did we.
We didn't either. Yeah, but it's great. I feel very great to be like with this community and with my neighbors. And I just want to share some of my own perspective because you probably hear all the repeated themes. And so I moved to Claremont neighborhood in 2019 from Cary. I still remember the first time I toured the community, and my first impression is, wow, the street is so narrow compared to where I lived in Cary, other communities. It's very narrow. But the second impression I had is, oh, there are so many kids on the street playing. And as a mother with 2 children, so that's the part I really love. Oh, so if I move here, then my kids can have friends and they can play safely on the street. And so the other thing is there's a greenway. I think you all are aware. So there's a greenway connecting the 2 neighborhoods to the 3 schools, elementary, middle school, and high school. So that's the main part that's driven us to the community. We bought the house because we are thinking about, okay, our kids can play with friends and they can go to the school by the greenway. And but with this new development and this new efforts trying to connect the new community with our community by road, then that's not going to work well because there's going to be more traffic. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of kids playing on the street. And of course, the safety is an issue. And another thing I think our neighbors didn't really emphasize is there are many middle school kids and high school kids. They are riding bikes from the community to the from the neighborhood to the school. And so of course, car traffic will be a big issue, like safety issue for those kids who are riding bike to the schools. So yeah, that's my major concern. And just want to mention, because we have a full house today, but I just want to mention it's also only a small portion of our neighbors who have these kind of concerns. And there are a lot of families there who have they are young families, have very young children, so they have to take care and they may not be able to come out here tonight, but we just want to represent them and express our concern. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I appreciate you being patient with us. Next is Maya Mikati. Okay. Emily Evans, and then Clara Cottrell. What about Emily Evans? Okay. Rong Jiang. Okay. I totally understand. Next is Yolanda Keller-Bell. There we go. Welcome, Yolanda.
Good evening, Mayor and the council. This will be short because my phone's about to die. fit in. May work in both ways. Again, my name is Yolanda Carrboro, and I am a resident of the Claremont neighborhood. My family and I reside at 217 Lucas Lane, which seems to be the hot zone. We're right on the corner from where the extension would go. And I completely agree with my neighbors and my HOA when we talk about the concerns regarding the stormwater and the traffic. And I also just want to kind of share that based on some of the comments I heard coming in, that I have talking to conversations with my neighbors, we all understand the need for housing in Carrboro. There's none of us don't understand that there is a need. And I think what we're looking for is how do we address that need when we also have the appropriate structure in place to address that. Moving here from Georgia, when we first toured the Claremont neighborhood, to me that was dense housing because I was used from having acres to moving in. But what I saw is what people have mentioned. As we toured the neighborhood, we were living in an apartment, my kids literally were saying, I know him, I know him, and I know him. That is because our children are walking in the street. Because my house is on a corner, I've had the joy of talking to my neighbors, seeing lots of kids travel back and forth. We are a very pedestrian-heavy neighborhood. I have also had the horror of seeing in person and on my Ring doorbell numerous cars running the stop sign, traveling very fast. That entrance from Homestead also serves as a second entrance to Windmore. So if we have car traffic connectivity, it would not just be for that neighborhood, it would also increase because we also have the traffic that comes into the back end of Windmore, also comes down Camellia Lane as well. To get it in. I just want to say that while I understand and I support the idea that we need to expand housing, I think it needs to be consistent with the infrastructure that we have in place. I would support some type of connectivity, but not vehicle connectivity by bike. A walkway path, I think, would be great. One of the reasons we moved to Claremont is because we like being in a neighborhood, and we would welcome having another neighborhood beside us. It is always a good opportunity to have kids be able to get to know each other. So I hope that you will take that into consideration. We ask for your consideration of these things. We are not against housing. What we want to do is have it done in a way so that we can welcome our new neighbors and still have existence and enjoy our current neighborhood that we have now. Thank you.
Thanks, Yolanda. Thanks for being here late. And next is Martha Holzer. Martha, are you here? Martha's going to bring it home for us. Last name on the list. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So hi, I'm Martha Holzer. I've had a townhome in Windmore for over the last 10 years, and I am also concerned about the connectivity of Lucas Lane and having some type of bike path pedway through that area if it's going to connect to Claremont. I already am concerned because I know leaving Windmore to get into Homestead in the mornings is a nightmare, and trying to merge, and I don't have a child, so I'm just trying to get on Homestead to go straight and bypass all the school traffic, and turning is a nightmare. And because I've also been the president of the sub-association of the David Weekley Townhomes in the Windmore development for a number of years, we're already been dealing with issues of stormwater management, trees. Currently, we're dealing with lots of patches of space that don't have any soil, like topsoil, and I'm watching us trying to figure out where we're going to get the resources to be able to fund all of these different areas. And I'm thinking, as I watch the development at the corner of Weaver Dairy and Homestead, that's been clear cut. Now they're planting trees. They could have left a screen of trees. There's a Lake Hogan Farm. That new section of houses has a screen of trees that were left. My concern is that if there's the topsoil is all scraped away, then you're building houses, then there's not enough types of soil that need to be there. There's not trees to retain all of this, and it's just adding to the runoff issue, which then adds to the issues of stormwater management. And Windmore has already paid a lot of money, and my understanding, to clear our storm ponds. And I know that Claremont, by this current developer, was left with a nightmare of trying to deal with their stormwater ponds. And for those of you who haven't seen Charlie Morris's amazing video about the stormwater leaving Claremont, because I figured out where it is, going towards Bowling Creek, the amount of sediment that's going towards the stream is appalling. And so for me, from a greenway standpoint, paving along Bowling Creek is also not a good idea, in my opinion. And now we're just going to build another community. And I'm already looking at a map. I'll show it to you really quickly. Of this, which shows the little greenways of water going, sorry, they're blue. They're blue waterways that are heading towards Winmore and our retaining ponds and heading towards Bowling Creek. And I'm really wondering, where is the stormwater management taking place for all of this? So now that I've lost all my notes, so those are my questions about that. I'm also concerned about the trees, and are they just going to be trees just along that storm water management area? Are there going to be any trees down this direction? I'm all for having a greenway along the side of the road. I think that's great. But I do think trees are good, and I think that we need to be concerned about that sort of thing, especially because in my role now, we're dealing with tree issues, we're dealing with soil issues, we're dealing with a lot of other things that were all problems with the developer that could have been taken care of had this been more thoroughly researched originally. And I have concerns about what that's going to do to not just Winmore, but also to Claremont and also to the people downstream. So, thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the list that I have for public comment. Council members or Mr. Manager, maybe we see if council members have questions for staff about the request, and go from there.
Questions for the developer as well.
Or for the developer, sure. Okay, whose hand is going up? Barbara, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And so mine is for the developers. It's the same question I had before we had the public comment, now that we've had public comment.
Okay. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, I was asking, and I appreciate Omar mentioning how this project meets all of our ordinances, but how are the concerns of the neighborhoods being met, which we've heard all of that already.
Okay.
Primarily Lucas Lane, traffic, stormwater control measures.
Omar, do you want to offer some thoughts about that?
Thanks, Omar.
Thanks.
Thank you. When this game, as you know, not a game, but in this business, you need to have thick skin because, you know, a lot of accusations are thrown out tonight. But I want you to back up for a second. I'll get to your question. But I want to make this very clear, when we turned over Claremont, the town and engineers signed off on our stormwater system in place. Maybe a year or two ago, all the neighborhoods around Carrboro received notices. Hey, have you been maintaining your stormwater system? You know, you need to have your stormwater system inspected. Okay. This has led to numerous neighborhoods who have not been maintaining their stormwater system having issues. Claremont South, bio ponds are put in, bio ponds are signed off. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Let's not have any interruptions, please.
The town accepts the bio ponds. Okay. I don't control the HOA of Claremont. I don't control the HOA of Claremont South. No one is cutting or maintaining any of the areas around the ponds. I'm not talking about the two wet ponds in Claremont South. I'm talking about the bio ponds. Okay. So it is the responsibility of the HOA to maintain their ponds that have been signed off. Maintaining a wet pond doesn't mean doing anything to the wet pond. It does mean, and I've sent my people around to do this, and I've tried to meet with the property manager who manages Claremont with very little success. They need to maintain and cut the grass around their ponds. They need to maintain the bioponds, okay? The 2 wet ponds will be signed off. There's a 3rd pond which feeds Bellamy Place, the commercial area, which we'll soon be building. Very little water drains into that little pond. As soon as we're finished with that commercial space, we will put in the retaining wall. We will finish that pond, and that pond will be signed off to the town. So there have been a lot of accusations, and I've been sitting there listening to it from people who have nothing to do with Claremont. It's just hearsay. But I have the right to respond to what has been said tonight, and I just want to make that crystal clear in front of you guys and in front of the audience, okay? Back to your question, Barbara. As far as traffic is concerned, right now, our plan meets the ordinance. Just like in Claremont South, just like in Kentfield, are we married to a through traffic? Ultimately, it's your decision. But no, we're not married to traffic coming through this parcel. And I'd like to say, I'm the developer. That doesn't mean this property is going to be developed. That's the title of my job, just like I'm a builder, okay? So does there have to be traffic coming through here? That's up to you guys. That's up to you guys. We have an initial estimate of DOT was 450. Our private was 700 trips, just created in this neighborhood based off of 70 units. Okay? Right now, we're looking at 42 units. That traffic number drops to around 350, 400, created just from this neighborhood. That doesn't relate to through traffic coming through Claremont, coming from Winmore. That is traffic created from this neighborhood. Okay? As far as stormwater goes, topography is what it is. And based on Carrboro's ordinance, whichever way the ground falls, that water must still continue in that direction. Okay? I can't, not that I want to, but I can't mass grade the site and send the water to the northwest. Okay? So there's going to be some water approximately right here that flows to the southeast. And there is absolutely no way that after it passes through our pond, which we're going to create, we're going to have a wet pond in place, okay, and then there'll be a bio pond. And after it passes through our pond, it's going to travel. Gravity, water goes downhill, okay, unless you're pumping it. And that water is going to travel into the Claremont southwesternmost pond. It's a small pond, and it drains this area of Claremont right here. Okay, so you know, that's what we can do and maintain best practices. Of course, maintaining silt fence during construction. 56% open space. People are complaining about open space. 56% open space. Density, Winmore is at around 13 units per acre. Kentfield is around 4.2. This is around 4.7. Any other questions?
I think next on my list is Susan. Susan, do you have a question? And then Eleazar.
Yes, thank you. Omar, I'll come back to you because I wanted to say just a few things, and then actually I had some questions for staff.
Okay.
So, you know, I wanted to just begin by saying I think there is some common ground here, which is that we all seem to be pretty in support of housing. This is certainly in keeping with our comprehensive plan, having more density in this part of town. I think we all agree that we need more missing middle housing, so there will be some duplexes, triplexes. We all agree that this provides more connectivity with sidewalks and with greenways, and I think we're all in support of that. The housing would be close to public schools, K through 12. It would be close to Carolina North Forest, so some other amenities. So lots of good things about the housing in particular, I know I'm excited about. But we also have heard two major concerns. One is going to be around traffic safety, the other around stormwater. I feel like with the traffic safety, that's something that we could perhaps work out at another time, actually, that I don't feel like the development is going to be a thumbs up or a thumbs down based on what we do on Lucas Lane. But for me, the stormwater is a concern. I'm concerned both about some of the things I heard tonight. I did a tour of the ponds on Saturday, and I was concerned about some of the things I saw on the tour. And I'm also concerned about the Stormwater Advisory Commission recommendations, where they actually recommended that we do not accept the rezoning of this. So in terms of stormwater, I was hoping I could ask just a couple of questions for staff.
Mr. Manager, who's the best staff person to help us out here?
Yes, Trish or Tina, one of you. Tina will handle those questions.
Welcome back, Tina.
Note that the town engineers here.
Be sure to speak into the.
We'll note that the town engineers here also, as well as Marty, so there may be questions that are better directed to them.
Okay. And this may also be a question for Nick, because what I'm interested in is this whole idea of bonding the developer for the stormwater. I'm concerned about some of the ponds that are, here we are 6-8 years later, it sounds like. Some of these ponds are still not meeting code. They haven't been transferred over to the HOA. And I'm also concerned moving forward, wanting reassurances from the developer that the stormwater will be meeting needs. My first question is dealing with legally, are we in a position, I don't know if council will support this or not, but would council be in the position that we could require bonding of the developer both for the South Claremont ponds and also for this new development?
Well, by way of ordinance...
Marty, will you just introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, Marty Roop with the Zoning Division, Development Review Administrator within the Planning Department. By way of the land use ordinance, we now have the opportunity to require an up to 2-year bond for any stormwater facility that's installed. The bonding period will begin when the as-built certified drawings are received and accepted by the town, essentially with an engineer sealing the drawings, confirming that they were in fact built as designed. So by way of the ordinance, that did not happen with Claremont North, but now with Claremont South, we are working slowly but surely towards getting all of that in order and working with the developer and the HOA. It's taking a while, but we are working on that to get the bonding period going. Kentfields as well. Kentfield next door will be required to do the bonding. And this development, again, by way of the land use ordinance, can be bonded for up to 2 years from when it is certified.
And another question, that's really helpful. Let's also go back in terms of looking at South Claremont.
Yes.
Still some ponds.
Yes.
Still not up to code. Still waiting for transfer to HOA. If this community member is correct, it's been 6-8 years. How do we address this?
Yes, we are some number, and the developers can help me with this, but I believe 5 or 7 of the ponds were certified, and we've been, one of our employees that has retired was on the receiving end of certifications, and I actually now have access to those emails and the inbox, and I'm trying to retrieve documentation of that. So if the documentation does bear out, then those may be past 2 years at this point. But there's at least one pond that's related to the project, the remaining lot up by Homestead that involves at least one remaining pond that definitely it hasn't even been converted yet. It's still serving as an erosion control device. So that one at the very least will be bonded. The others will be determined based on what I find in terms of certifications being received or not in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's Claremont North predates that. Claremont South was kind of caught in the middle of it, but everything from now on essentially gets bonded for 2 years.
Okay. And then just one more question while I have you.
Yeah.
Our ordinance requires planning for a 25-year flood.
Yes.
I noticed the Stormwater Advisory Commission recommended 50-year. I believe Jade Creek is 100-year. What kind of flexibility do we have in terms of setting that period of time?
Let me speak to Jade Creek first, and then I'll transition over to this current one. The developer with Jade Creek, that did not require a rezoning, but the developer did voluntarily agree to raise the standard to the 100-year standard of their own, choice. So that was, a choice they made, and they will, if the project gets approved that way, be obligated to follow through with that as a term of the permit that was granted. Switching back to the one in front of you tonight, we are at the rezoning stage. So conditions can be offered, discussed, agreed upon between council and the developer regarding potentially doing more than the ordinance requires. If the rezoning is approved, those conditions have to be mutually agreed upon. So you might want to ask Nick about, exactly how that plays out if they aren't willing and you are insisting. But you certainly, now's the time to discuss it.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the question, Susan. So I guess it sounds like I want to make sure council is focusing on asking questions. This is really helpful, asking questions that will help you feel like you're moving toward being ready to make some kind of decision, whether it's tonight or probably not tonight, but whether it's whenever that is. So I think Susan and Barbara have taken us on a good path here. So it sounds like one question from Susan's perspective and others is there willingness in this sort of discussion around conditions about the stormwater, the standard, the stormwater standard. So maybe just bookmark that, Omar, for future discussion. Next on my list is Eleazar and then Sammy. Eleazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess this is for staff, and I'm wondering, right, we keep, one of my concerns is similar to some of my colleagues here, stormwater is a big one for me. Do we have an idea of how much stormwater, and this could be for developer, for staff, I don't know who might be the best one to answer this question, but how much water are we seeing going from that current development to the existing ponds? That's kind of my first question. Do we have any idea of what that looks like if it was supposed to move forward? If it's to move forward, how much are we talking about? Do we have any idea of that at the moment?
Yeah, I have my engineer, Chad Huffine, with us. I'm sure he can't give you a specific, total gallon count, but I mean, I think he can probably give you a percentage of the site. I did want to mention Susan as well. Marty, myself, and Will Hines met approximately a year ago to talk specifically and to walk the entire neighborhood of Claremont South to try and resolve exactly what you asked about tonight.
What was the outcome?
I'm still waiting for the outcome, Sammy.
Yeah, we're still working on it.
Go ahead, Eleazar.
Yeah, I would like actually get a response to my question.
Chad, you want to come up here, Chad?
I have to, and be sure to introduce yourself, Chad, please.
Chad Huffine, 505 East Davis Street, Burlington, North Carolina, project engineer. To answer your question, at this point is extremely difficult. The property is about 9 acres. 4 of those 9 acres will become impervious surface. You have an increase from about 30% of perviousness to roughly 90%. So you see a 2 to 3 times increase in flow rate over the 4 acres. You're asking, I think, a question in terms of a unit that you can put your hand on, and we can't give that to you at this point. We'd be happy to do that for the next meeting if it moves forward.
Well, and Thank you for that. My questions are like, and this is helpful because I'm trying to figure out if we approve this development, how much is the stormwater going to be impacting, Claremont neighborhood? We know we've heard, the situation around the ponds. I'm not going to litigate that case. So, do you have a guesstimate, an estimate, something that would let me know how much will this impact them? Or is that something that y'all are considering as you move forward with this plan?
What I can do and can simply do it by having you focus on your own ordinance. So in the stormwater ordinance in Carrboro, as with many other small municipalities, counties, the developer's engineer, the planner, the town engineer all work towards a goal of creating a post-construction condition, which is exactly the same flow rate or less than the pre-construction condition, such that all of the concerns that the neighbors are expressing of fear of increased flow rate is dictated by your ordinance to be attenuated, is a term we used, back to the pre-construction condition. So it's designed, the ordinance language, the engineering techniques, the construction of these stormwater control measures are put together in a way that allows a large volume of water to be held for a short amount of time, releasing it at a rate that would be the same as if the development was not there. We take a lot of rain and we dump it into a barrel. We have a little hole at the bottom of the barrel. The little hole at the bottom of the barrel mimics what would have happened if the impervious surface wasn't there and the water just moved at the original flow rate.
So post-development must equal pre-development in terms of quality and quantity. If that makes sense?
It does. It does. And I thank you for that. Moving on to the other issue at hand. Well, at least the one that I have, right? So I definitely want to increase units in Carp. I want to see more housing. I'm not, and this is not so much of a question, it's kind of a comment. I'm just not looking at for me what I'd like to see in density and affordability. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going to land on this one at the moment. But Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, I don't think, at least I'm going to be in any point tonight to be able to answer whether or not I would vote in favor or against this rezoning.
Okay, thanks, Eleazar. Yeah, I'm not asking folks to stake out a position here. I'm just wanting us to, if you have questions that will help you get to that point down the line on a subsequent meeting, let's get those questions out tonight so that you have the information you need, or staff at least knows what your questions are so they can educate us. Next on my list, is that your last question? Yeah. Next is Sammy, and then I have Randy.
Yeah, firstly, I just want to express gratitude for everyone on both sides tonight and for our patience in a long night. One of the things I'm going to need is a response by the developer to all of the recommendations from the various advisory boards. The ones that seem to have the most recommendations were the Transportation Advisory Board and the Stormwater Advisory Board. So, for example, well, I could go through them, but it's a long night. If you could just give us a response, and I would like for staff to work with the developer so we can be advanced in terms of potentially having these as conditions. So we're not hashing it out during the meeting itself. If that can be part of the agenda packet, I think that will put us a long ways. I would refer a lot of the neighbors to some of the recommendations, especially the Stormwater Advisory Commission, which does speak to a lot of these concerns. And thanks to your questions about the bonding, I think that those were two of their last questions had to do with that, and staff clarified how that works. In terms of connectivity, it's TAB recommends the connectivity, and this is the time for us to decide, because once it is through at the quasi-judicial level, we have to abide by what our ordinance is, and we can't set these conditions. This is correct, Mr. Attorney. And it's we always hear this concern about connectivity because those dead-end cul-de-sacs are used by children. On the other hand, y'all have been sharing that your exit street is always congested, and one of the reasons for connectivity is to disperse that flow. And it's true, like you probably won't see as much impact from this development into your neighborhood, because most likely most people will be coming from that development onto Homestead. What will happen is the people who will be moving here will likely see, and people are shaking their heads, so I'd love to learn more. Please email me. But that's how I understand it. I know it's very typical for neighborhoods that are like in this situation, that have developments come behind them, to be very resistant to the traffic that will be generated by the contiguous neighborhood. So I'd love to learn more on the perspective that y'all have, and if you could just consolidate your answer so I'm not getting 50 responses. The 50 heads I'm seeing shaking right now. Those are my initial reactions. I rely a lot on what our advisory boards say, and I'm hearing a lot of what y'all have shared echoing here. I do want to flag that the Transportation Advisory Board is different in their recommendation in terms of this connectivity question. So that's one place where y'all aren't aligned. So leave it at that.
Thanks, Sammy. Next is Randy.
Yeah, long night. Thanks for everybody hanging in here. I have lots of questions, but I think one of the things that I want to say, and I want to pick up on Susan's questions. Thank you, Susan, for raising the question about the surety bonds. Thank you, Marty, for explaining. Where is Marty? Thank you for explaining the situation. Marty, I think one of the things that you said, if you could just clarify this, you said that the LUO requires a 2-year bond, and the bonding is certified by the town of Carrboro. So could you just clarify more specifically, when you say Claremont South is getting that, what's taking, where is the obstacle?
The meeting we had that Omar referenced, it was discussed at that meeting that there was as-built certification drawings already submitted to the town. Where we normally store that information, I could not find it. So I have now gotten access to, you'll remember James Thomas. He was on the receiving end of that, and he's retired now. So I have now achieved access to the emails that were sent to James, and I'm in the long effort of trying to find my way to those certified drawings. Meanwhile, we have discussed with the developer that if we cannot find them, but they still assert that they have been done, that the party that did send them to us, we'll need to circle back to them and ask them to send them to us again. And Omar can speak to this in more detail than me if needed, but part of the confusion about the matter was that some of the certification drawings were handled by a different engineering firm, not Chad, who happens to be here tonight. So there has just been some confusion surrounding that, and I am trying to get to the bottom of it, to be relatively concise for the moment.
Okay, and so you get to the bottom of it, and then what?
If the as-built certifications were done, and if that bears out, they will have, just to speak frankly, they will have been done more than 2 years ago, then we are past that 2-year maximum bond requirement. At that point, there will be discussions about whatever repairs need to be done, about who is the responsible party for that. And, you know, Omar may have comments to make about this, but from my perspective, it is not the town of Carrboro. You know, it is either the developer or the HOA. And that, again, it is a delicate matter. I want to acknowledge that. And that's why I'm trying to get to the bottom of it and make sure everyone's on the same page about what needs to be done and who's responsible for what. And it has and continues to take a while, but I am trying.
But it's a fact that 5 of the 7 ponds have been certified, the bioretention ponds, which have not been maintained.
So, okay, so that's one aspect, and I think the stormwater questions in general are important. I personally am concerned about the 50, 100-year number that we were using. I personally would go for 500 years, and I'm going to tell you why. Because 2013, June 2013, we saw what happened here in Carrboro. Massive, massive flooding. We saw the month of April and May this year raining every single day. We now live in the rainforest, and it's only going to continue to be like this. And so, you know, I'm concerned that we're not really prepared if we talk 50 years. Omar's exactly right. Everything is going to flow to that southern corner, and then some into Claremont South and into the creek. You know, so I think we're not conceptualizing what the relationship is between expanding the impervious surface for which we pay. We pay, you know, I mean, everyone who will move in there will be paying a tax for impervious surface. You know, we're paying for impervious surface to be created, but we're not equally meeting what the unintended consequences of all that impervious surface is in real terms. In terms of the volume and the flow, and how quickly the water can be moved or absorbed. And of course, when you densify, you take out the trees and the soil that would naturally be mitigating some of the stormwater. So I think the questions about stormwater is something I would like. I'd like the town to be able to look into this more carefully and give us the complete picture that has been asked not only by residents, but that we're asking tonight, so we could see like a cogent report and understand holistically what this means in our decision making. That's number one. In terms of traffic, I really do not understand. I truly do not understand why we would open up Lucas Lane to vehicular traffic. It makes no sense because it's just not necessary. It's a small enough footprint in terms of the site, that the project site, that they can ingress and egress onto Homestead Road and avoid creating just unnecessary traffic through smaller streets. Claremont, Amelius, those streets are narrow. There's cars parked on those streets. I bike that street all the time, especially when I go to events from the landings and the homeowners association up on the green. It's a fabulous little neighborhood. Some of the people who spoke, I've watched their children playing hockey in the streets. And I've got to tell you, as somebody who grew up playing in the streets, it's important. So, I think that in addition to the question of safety, I cannot understand why it would be important to open up a street in a neighborhood where children are in the street to traffic, to vehicular traffic, when we're closing vehicular traffic left, right, and center downtown makes no sense to me. So, in terms of a connector road policy, I think it makes sense if the roads in Winmore and Claremont had bike lanes. They do not. If they didn't have on-street parking, but they do. And they are only about 21 feet wide in most places. And I'm just going to say that. So to me, the question of traffic and what it would really mean is something else I'd like to hear from the town staff, because I don't have a sense that folks have been out there and really understand. As Omar said, and he's exactly right, doesn't mean anything to him. Open it, close it, doesn't matter. It's us. And if that is something that makes no sense to the people who live there, and it probably wouldn't even make sense to the people who will be moving in there, I think we need to take a deeper look. Policies have to work for people. And in this case, I don't think the way the information is related to us in terms of complete streets, comprehensive plan, that's all great on paper. But if it doesn't work for the people who live there or the people who will be moving in, we need to really rethink whether or not, we would set that as a condition to be open. So I would like to have a report, and I'd like council to join me in getting further information, not only about the stormwater situation holistically, but also the traffic.
Thank you. Next is Danny. And again, want to try to guide council toward getting to the specific questions you need some answers to get us to the next step in this process, whether that's potential conditions you want Omar to consider between now and whenever, questions you'd like staff to answer for you so you have the information you need. Let's, if we can try to move along there, because we have more to do tonight. And Mr. Manager, I saw your hand.
Yes, just want to mention there's been several comments about the point of access. We're prepared tonight to respond to that. Our fire chief is here. If you want to hear that information this evening, we can do that.
Danny, go ahead. And then I have other council members who want to follow up.
Thank you, sir. Omar, are y'all interested or potentially willing to consider payment in lieu as part of this?
I would say really we'd rather not, because we're providing, tiny little townhomes, 1,100 square feet, 1,350. It's not a single family home, so that's, if we provide a payment in lieu, I don't see what the flip is here. If it were, this is an extremely constrained piece of land. It's triangular. It's not square. There's 2 points of connectivity. There's a stream here. There's a, pond down there. So that's, we'd really like to continue with the plan that we have, Danny.
Thank you. I guess my motivation in asking is I can really appreciate your attempt to honor our ordinances with the way that you've laid this out. And I know that we talked about this project in the first, and you've expressed that, if our ordinances had put you in a position to do it, you would have stuck with the denser plan, and that does meet a lot of our goals. I guess, I am cognizant of trying to hear the feedback that I think is true, that the market isn't going to answer affordability. And so I think that, to your point, since those are not really single family homes, I would love personally to have some resources come out of this project which could go to affordable single family homes. And so in kind of thinking about recognizing your difficulty with providing affordable stock to the community home trust, trying to cut that baby in half. Anyway, I think I have your answer. I appreciate it. Similar recommendation, wonder if you are open to the expansion of pervious pavers, on the lots themselves, I think in driveway and parking surfaces, stormwater.
I mentioned that before, and like I said earlier, I'm a site guy. So, the problem with pervious pavers and pervious asphalt, pervious concrete is, the water goes right through it, but that water still has to escape somewhere. You know what I mean? So it's like you're taking away one problem and you're creating another. you know, and that's why, you know, if it were that simple, and it would also drastically reduce my pond size, you know, but the problem is the water has to go somewhere. It's not like you're doing away with the water. You know, it's not like that water needs to go into a basin somewhere ultimately. So that's my problem with pervious pavers and pervious asphalt. I think otherwise we'd see it, you know, like the church right where MLK meets Homestead Road. You know, the whole parking lot, probably, I don't know, 8-10 years ago, you guys remember, right? Huge basins underneath. Yeah, they've got pervious, you know, concrete or asphalt. But they're huge basins, massive basins underneath that parking structure. So it's you know, robbing from Peter to pay Paul.
Understood. Yeah, and I can that makes some sense to me. I appreciate that. The rest of this is really for us here. Kind of what's on my mind. Well, I guess I will say that I heard some resident feedback when I went up to the neighborhood that a 100-year storm standard and a bond would be big steps toward feeling good about this potential development at the density that it's at. So
we were at 10. We went from 10 to 25. Going from 25 to 50 into 100 drastically increases. You know, now we're cutting into buffers. We're cutting into home sites. You know, and now we're reducing density. So it's you know, going from 10 to 25. And Chad can speak about this if need be, but that's a significant change in terms of the size that you need, you know, to handle that volume. But Chad may have some other, you know, creative alternatives, but we've spoken about that several times.
yeah, I guess I would be interested in whether it is feasible to potentially hold a development of this density to a 100-year storm standard. I don't want to be pie in the sky about this. If it's not, it would be good for us to know. And I guess it sounds like is no a concise enough answer?
And the Jade Creek has, I don't know how much acreage they have, but we're on 9.7, giving 56% open space. Go ahead, Chad. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So I can explain it a little bit in maybe in numerical terms. If you look at a 10-year storm at 7 inches per hour, you look at a 100-year storm at 10 inches per hour. That difference of 3 inches. If you look at a 10-year storm relative to a 25-year storm, you're 7 inches versus 8 inches. So the percentage of 1/7 added to 7 is significantly easier to deal with within our current state design guidance. We have documents that design our guidance for all, or guide our design for all these stormwater control measures. It's easier for us as designers and reviewers to work inside of those minimum design criteria and be somewhat creative when we're only adding a seventh to what we're used to and what the design guidance was crafted for us to use it by. If you look at 3/7, that's almost a half again. And we run out of, just to be simple, we run out of storage depth. And so the water has to go somewhere, so it spreads out really wide, and it starts increasing the horizontal space demand, which in a site like this, it starts pushing us in stream buffers or perimeter buffers. Well, that's not going to happen. So then it's going to take away buildable area, which creates a cost-benefit concern. So if you ask me as an engineer, can I detain a 100-year storm? Sure, we do it for flood control all over. Is it common? Absolutely not at this situation. Is it doable? Yes. Is it going to cost in some form a buffer, a building lot, another person's home site? Absolutely will. the only way to conclusively tell you the effects of your concerns over the storm frequency numbers, 1, 2, 5, 10, 25, 50, 100-year storms, is to run through a process and maybe have your town engineer show you what the implications are on a hypothetical situation. It's strictly multiplication. So if you look at the difference between 7 and 10, you're almost doubling again the difference between a 7 and that multiplication runs through the entire design.
Yeah, that answer is extraordinarily helpful. I really do appreciate it.
We could teach a class, but it's
unfortunately,
class.
yeah. So I think that answer does, and I want to beg your patience and appreciate you again here, because I think what you're seeing and what everybody here is experiencing is this is a repeated friction point. The land that we have to build in Carrboro is going to call for consideration of stormwater at a rate that we are, frankly, as a town, catching up to. We are doing things in some ways by a lot of best practices. We have this utility that is a new development as a best practice compared to many other municipalities. But I think we still do recognize at a human level that, the bigger storms are going to happen more often. And so that really ultimately is why personally I would like to, because I think we might need that class on council, because I think for as difficult as it is, I'm not sure that town is at present balancing we understand density to be a sustainability asset, but I'm not sure that we have the appropriate metrics and understanding for how dense versus how flood. And then the other thing here too that so questions, and again, I think that has to be answered here at this board. And the other questions on my mind that would point me toward a decision eventually on this project would be, I am really loath to violate the connected roads policy, as I voiced to residents and to colleagues and everything here. On the other hand, it is difficult. I find it compelling to argue, we have, in some cases, we have connector roads that connect to arterial roads. And those seem really important. And potentially, like, they may be sustainability assets in that they reduce VMTs, and that they may improve road safety in that they are, as much as residents hate to hear it, diverting traffic to slower, narrower streets that are more easily calmed makes for safer streets in many instances. Not maybe for that particular home, but for the macro street network in the way that adding capillaries reduces stroke risk in a muscle. So I think this road does not necessarily do those things. Connecting home, I'm not positive here again that we have the right balance. I wonder if the connector road policy that we're after is roads that connect to arterials. And I also wonder too, I want to consider this compelling argument that inconveniencing vehicles is a part of our policy elsewhere in town. It just frankly is. And so I take the board's resolution or the board's recommendations to heart, and our planning staff, and our, fire chief, presumably, one of the reasons this policy exists, is to improve access. But I think we need to stress test this policy a little. These are friction points that we're coming up against in every single development, and I find it compelling to say that if we are, limiting vehicle convenience in certain parts of town, it is necessarily the highest good to improve vehicle convenience in other parts of town.
Thanks, Danny. Okay, so it is 11:30. 11:20 is almost 11:30. Do councilmen, I know that folks have wanted to ask potential follow-up questions, but I want to beg you to please focus on questions that you need answers to or more information about in order to move you toward a decision in the future. And if you don't need that, maybe it's a good time to hold off. So I have Susan, then Eleazar, and then Sammy.
Just questions. I appreciate your comments, Danny. And one question I would have is, can the streets within the new development be narrower? To Danny's point about narrower streets tend to be slower and safer streets.
I'm gonna ask Chad to chime in on that. The one thing that I know that we'll have is we have fire truck radii requirements. But Chad will be able to.
So we think we want to provide our fire service, fire protection with 26 feet as a minimum. There's a section of fire code that we all work with. 26 feet is about as narrow as you want to go. The function you have to work with that is parking or not parking on a narrow street. That's where the council members may have the ability to do things, as well as recommending traffic calming, speed table or speed bump or something like that. You wouldn't necessarily choke the 26 any narrower than it is, because that defeats the purpose of having accessibility for the fire chief.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to also just jump in and say, it's okay if we don't have the questions answered tonight, as long as staff.
I'm writing everything that everyone says is on this.
As long as these questions are on the record so that staff and the applicant are able to spend some time with them after this meeting. So let's just get the questions out. We don't necessarily need the answers right now. No, it's not you. That's on me.
We'll teach class.
I'm chiding myself more than anyone else. All right, Susan.
Next question. It's fine if you don't have an answer now. In terms of these speed humps on Lucas Lane, can a counter be provided with that hump, so that I have no idea the expense of that, but to be able to kind of keep count of just how many cars are going into Claremont as opposed to going into Homestead Road, I think could influence our road connector policy. So I'm curious if we could easily do a count at that hump or appropriate place.
Real quick, the hump would be, if this were approved, that's the side of the road it's on. It's not on the existing roadside. Is that what you're asking?
Wherever it could be, where cars that would be leaving the new development going into Claremont, is there a spot where there's a hump there that there could be a counter?
We'll
You'll
get
work
him
on
to answer
that.
that, and we'll keep moving to Damon's point.
Next question, perhaps this is for staff. The speed limit in Claremont is 25 and the speed limit in Winmore is 20. I wasn't sure why that was. There may be a good reason for it, but otherwise I was hoping those speed limits could be made the same at 20. No need for an answer now. And next is, I'm curious if the whole process for requesting traffic calming measures in a neighborhood can be expedited. I have found it to be, talking to neighbors, very, very cumbersome and very time consuming, and some actually give up. And I'm hoping that that can be expedited and we could get more traffic calming in Claremont and Winmore, because it's not just an issue of cars going through the neighborhoods, but it's going to be the speed at which those cars are traveling. I should have mentioned, in terms of transparency, I live in Winmore, and I do see the cars go by very fast. So I was hoping to get more information on that whole process. That is, sorry, I should have just double checked. Narrower streets. That's it. Thank you, Omar.
Eleazar, and then Sammy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just name my questions and go from there. So for staff, Marty, I would don't have to answer now, but I would like to get more information about what's the timeline we are expecting, or is there a timeline around the bonds of the existing ponds, and if whenever this employee left, from what I'm thinking of it, if the employee left a little bit over a year ago or 2 years ago, then does the conversation remain pertinent? And and maybe I just need to understand that a little bit better. So would love some more information on that. Also would love staff to work with the developers to figure out, knowing that a big part of what we're hearing is from folks on the Claremont side, is if there's a condition that can be put should this move forward, where the developers agree to do some kind of work on the Claremont ponds and what exists there, in order to mitigate some of the concerns from community. specifically on some of the facts that or folks the things that they stated around the maintenance of those ponds before it was transferred over to them. And yeah, and I would like to get an answer from the fire chief as well. I'm very much in line with not connecting these roads if we don't absolutely have to. So I would like to hear from the fire chief around ways of if that's extremely important or not.
Great. Thanks, Elliot.
Thank you.
Sammy?
Yeah, someone, a neighbor mentioned the importance of adding rapid chargers as like there's a significant number of electric vehicles. I'd like the negotiation of staff and the developer to look into that. And also even solar, there's a lot of incentives currently for solar on rooftops as a potential condition. And Stormwater recommended not encroaching into the stream buffer. I believe the stream buffer green line stops short of where it would actually show encroachment. And so I'd like for, well, just responding to the stormwater, that was a condition they recommended. I am interested in this 100-year question. I thought a long time ago, because this constantly comes up, we had asked that look into a policy to upgrade our standards. So I want to remind staff, Mr. Manager, that should be on the list of many things that we've requested. But I do think that, you know, while the developer will say this encroaches on that cost benefit, and, you know, the cost of not doing this is also what happens downstream. And we need to be conscientious of living in a climate emergency and dealing with it. We can't put our heads in the sand. And then a question about bike lanes. Does this include bike lanes or not? Going back to this idea of complete streets. So I'd like staff to look into that as a possibility alongside this idea of minimizing the street width as a means for slowing down cars. And perhaps that would include on-street parking. Are these duplexes going to have parking in the back? Is that what that?
Yeah, and there is a charger at the double charge at the northernmost end of the.
Just one.
A dual.
Dual.
A dual. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'd be interested in staff working with the developer. I mean, I don't know if that's sufficient for the increase we're expecting in terms of electrification of vehicles. We did upgrade our standards, but I don't think this has triggered this development in terms of providing electric vehicle chargers.
Doesn't it?
Does? Okay. Great. Those are my points for now.
Great. Okay, I'm going to do a quick rundown here for staff and the applicant. These are the issues that council members have asked to hear about.
Want me to say it?
I think you're cool. Thanks, Omar. A potential condition regarding the stormwater standard. Currently, they're looking at 25-year, maybe going up to 50 or 100. Responses to the advisory board recommendations, specifically the SWAC, this Stormwater Advisory Commission. A little bit more information from staff about the potential or the expected traffic impact generated by the development. Potential for payment in lieu as an option for the affordable housing approach. Potential for using pervious pavement. Sounds like some council members need to do some soul searching on their own about the connector roads policy, so that's not really on y'all, it's more on us. Information for council members about the required street width for this kind of development, especially meeting fire code. Counting traffic at the connection with Lucas Lane, should that be made. Consistent speed limits throughout these neighborhoods. A smoother and more expedited traffic calming request process. Just a little bit more information from Marty about what he expects the timeline to be on figuring out this Claremont bond situation or certification situation. Potential conditions relating to additional work on the Claremont neighborhood. That seems like something we can't really include but in any case, that's for y'all to figure out. Additional rapid chargers or rapid chargers for EVs. Solar opportunities. Don't encroach into the stream buffer. I don't think they really are planning to do that, but just in case, if Sammy had a question about that. And then, does Lucas Lane include bike lanes?
I had asked for more
Okay, go ahead.
substantive report on the holistically on the stormwater and on traffic. You know, What is the traffic situation?
Yeah, so I have that one here. But yeah, if we could, in addition to answering specifically what would it look like to up the standard on the stormwater, if assuming that the applicant's even willing to consider that, just eventually, Mr. Manager, a more comprehensive report on increasing the town's overall standards with respect to new development. Sammy?
Damien, just also a reminder that to look at Stormwater Advisory Commission recommendations and Transportation Advisory Board, because some things have been reflected, but others aren't.
So yeah, be sure to look at all the advisory board recommendations, but in particular TAB and Stormwater Advisory. We good? You have a question, Barbara?
I don't have a question. But I know I have brought up in the past about the connector roads policy. I think the last amendment was in 2005. And so I just want to emphasize the importance of us, maybe catching up with that and possibly doing some amendments based on current conditions or changing conditions in the community. That was it. You already mentioned
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That'd be a topic for a work session one day.
Future work session. Okay, procedurally, Mr. Manager or Mr. Attorney, can I close the public hearing and we move on to getting additional information from staff? Do I keep the public hearing? Do I continue the public hearing?
We might want to continue the public hearing, only that might be a hearing.
Right, okay. So we've heard public comments, we've heard the staff presentation. We will get some answers back from staff and conversation with the applicant about additional potential changes to the project. Is there a motion to continue the hearing?
So moved.
Second.
And moved by Danny, seconded by Randy, that we continue this public hearing to a date to be determined by staff. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The matter passes unanimously. Thank you all. You made it. We have a little bit more work to do tonight, so I'll just ask that you scurry on out of here tonight. I hope you get some great rest, and really appreciate all your time tonight.
Come on, get out of here.
We have a 2 or 3 minute recess, council members.
Yes.
Need to stand.
All right, the mics are on, which means camera guy is still awake. Good news.
Thank you to our tech support.
Okay, so after consulting with the town manager during the break, we do need to get through pretty much everything that's on our agenda. And staff can explain more. The next item, Mr. Manager.
The next item is a legislative public hearing on land use ordinance text amendment relating to complete streets. The purpose of the agenda item is for the town council to consider amending the land use ordinance to establish a complete streets policy. The draft ordinance has been prepared. The town council must receive public comment before making a decision, and Tina Moon can provide a brief overview.
Big night for Tina.
Good evening.
Welcome back.
I'll run through this a little bit quickly, if that's okay. I think most of you by now have heard of complete streets. And it's a general concept of making sure that you provide for all modes and all abilities. If you're familiar with the land use ordinance, you will have noted already that the ordinance actually provides for multimodal use. You know, it speaks to the vehicular dimensions versus pedestrian and bicycle facilities based on the type of street, et cetera. And this is intended to go a little bit beyond that, to really outline and articulate kind of a policy with a series of findings, as we do elsewhere in the ordinance, and then to offer a couple of minor changes which we think will be meaningful. So with that, I'm not going to read through all these. The point of this really is to help, as you read through the findings, to realize that they all have kind of a theme to them. So we talk about that purpose and definition, safety, vision zero, some important terms for us, benefits related to economic development, equity, connectivity for all modes, and there's a couple related to climate action, either if it's talking about just the benefits of having options so that you don't have to drive, as well as other potential benefits such as additional EV charging stations and electric vehicles and so forth. And certainly we can't talk about complete streets without talking about TDM, transportation demand management, and safe routes to school as well. So here's the findings. They're in the draft ordinance. I think they're pretty self-explanatory.
You know, real quick, does this also include other infrastructure like electric charging for multimodal, like a car, like bicycles, for example, or even bike racks?
Yes, it can. It sure can. It's meant to encompass all of those concepts. Yeah. So looking directly, so the first portion of the ordinance has those findings in it, and then we move into the more substantive changes. This is a table out of the ordinance right now, and you can see, sorry, there we go. You can see this dimensional standards to give you a sense of, as I was saying, that the ordinance really does speak to the different modes now. The new subsection, which comes after this in the ordinance, is intended to include a little bit more flexibility. And this would essentially say that so long as you are providing for all the modes, you can do it a little bit differently if it works better with your particular project, so as long as it's essentially the functional equivalent. We've had a couple requests for this in the past. This is a way to kind of move that forward. The other big change, and it's only a few words, but they're important words. Traditionally in the ordinance, when looking as to when to require a transportation improvement, it was really linked to whether the location was linked, identified in the sidewalk master plan. And this expands that to include other adopted town plans, as well as our long-range transportation plans, so the MTP, the CTP. This is to help begin to get some more infrastructure constructed when appropriate as part of our development projects. And so just to help you visualize what we're talking about, this is a great example of the East Main Street resurfacing project, where we managed to get bike lanes in with what we refer to as a road diet, as well as the protected bike lanes. So whereas the ordinance in front of you is really part of our development code, so what we are asking for is changes that development projects would come in to make sure that they account for all modes. the vision, the long-term vision, is to begin to include all these other modes. And I point these out because for those of you that follow Complete Streets, you'll notice that the plans are, that they're often part of a plan or a policy, and it's linked to a capital improvement plan, so that there's actually a benchmarking system of going in and talking about how many bike lanes you've added and so forth. So by showing this is to help convey that the town, as a matter of policy, and seeking transportation projects through the MPO and other funding sources, will continue to look for opportunities to put these other program or other infrastructure modes, I'm not saying that very well, other facilities for other modes of infrastructure as part of our capital improvement projects, even though that goes beyond a little bit this particular ordinance, which focuses on development. So I just wanted to be clear in case you looked at other Complete Streets policies and were wondering why we didn't have that benchmark component. So that's that kind of covers, I think, the ordinance as well as the ordinance versus, you know, kind of the town in terms of policy.
Thank you so much, Tina.
Oh, and I just want to add, thank you. I'm glad that Anita is still here. As you may remember, when we did the request to set, Councilmember Slade suggested we share this not just to the Planning Board and the TAB, but also our Racial Equity Commission, due in large part perhaps to me not getting it to them earlier. We have missed their May window, and I believe we will have missed an opportunity to get it to them before your last meeting. When we learned that there were some other upcoming deadlines when having this, having you consider this tonight, an EV charging grant due Friday, as well as the bicycle-friendly communities application in August, we would encourage you to consider adopting this tonight. We will still bring it forward to the Racial Equity Commission, and depending on their comments, we can bring it back to you for an amendment in the fall as appropriate. So I didn't want to
First from
neglect that.
Barbara and then from Randy, and I'm not seeing anyone from the public here to talk on this item. Just to confirm that we are having a public hearing. So, but Barbara, go ahead, and then Randy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Tina. And so yes, I would like for the Race Equity Commission to weigh in on this, the text amendment, and Tina mentioned that we could still go ahead and approve it, and then if something else needed to be changed later based on what they said, that's fine. So thank you, Tina. And so my only other question was, I'm on attachment B, page 2 of 3, and I am on number 8 at the top of the page. And it's that word, that set of words again, to the extent practical. Ensuring that project prioritization, to the extent practical, considers existing disparities. And so what would make it not practical? In this particular section is dealing with equity and initiated transportation projects. And do we have to include to the extent practical? It reminds me of what was that we were looking at? When the Arts Center, and
yeah, I'm saying that word.
And maybe there's Tina, you probably have good rest.
Do you see the language that she's referring to, Tina?
Yeah, thank you. It took me a minute to find it. Yeah.
Which page is it on?
156 at the top.
Oh, 156. Sorry. Got it. I'm right here. Yep.
I see what you mean. It does kind of stand out to you looking at it with fresh eyes. We often use that term in some of our other in the other sections of the ordinance related to transportation, because it addresses some things like topography and unknowns that may make something particularly challenging.
Wiggle room, though.
Yeah. But that may be something that we'll take the summer to kind of look at and think, is there a better way that we could phrase that?
It makes sense.
Thanks, Barbara. Next is Randy, And Susan, did I see Simon?
Yeah, so Tina, my question really has to do with the if the goal is to continue to expand transportation system to provide at least one non-automobile option, walking, biking, and transit for every neighborhood to be usable for a variety of trip purposes. Explain to me what the current transit feasibility for public transit is for our neighborhoods.
Well, it doesn't say that it has to be a transit mode. It has to be some other mode other than driving, right? It could be walking, biking.
No, but I'm not talking about walking and biking when I'm talking about Claremont or Winmore or Wexford or the people who are here tonight. Where do they fit into the complete streets picture? I understand downtown. I understand, near with the CW, the J, the F routes. But what happens? What's the plan? What is the conversation so that everyone is included?
Certainly the focus of this, which is a text amendment related to the development process, is designed to ensure that when designing streets as part of new projects or modifying an existing project, that the town and the applicant take into consideration, is there a way on each public right-of-way for vehicles, to convey vehicles, as well as bikes and pedestrians, and in the future, micromobility options as well. So in my mind, transit is a vehicle. And so it would not be, I guess, I'm not sure if I'm struggling a little bit getting to the root of your question, because
The root of my question is, what is the reality for all of Carrboro
to have transit access,
to have a complete street program, that it's not just spot complete streets, in terms of what are we really looking at and asking for microtransit and public transit?
Sure. Well, we had a question that came up during the review of the Jade Creek project and joint review, where someone asked, well, what is the purpose of this sidewalk? It doesn't connect to anything. And I think the answer is, well, you have to start somewhere. And so this, to a certain extent, is an incremental approach to get developers to start to help do their part to help build the system. And the town will continue to do our part to also build the system, in some cases taking advantage of resurfacing projects to get new facilities in, and then to do that kind of connecting link when necessary.
But as maybe it was Ryan Oakes, somebody said tonight that, and they were talking about having, having the infrastructure.
Sure.
So what I'm asking is the larger question for us in the town: what is the reality, the practicality of microtransit and public transit for all of Carrboro? Because it doesn't exist. So that if we're discussing Jade Creek, or we're discussing homestead developments that are going to be coming in, and we're looking at affordable housing, or we're looking to reduce the number of cars that they could possibly be bringing into the new neighborhoods, where are their options? We haven't talked about zip cars. We haven't talked about, what is the reality? And if we haven't got that reality for microtransit or public transit through Chapel Hill Transit, then when are we going to talk about that?
Well, seriously, there's two parts, I think, to that question. The micromobility, we are working, I think there was an update in the recent transportation plan. We ran into a couple of hiccups with the bike share program, but we are working through that now. So that includes electric assist bikes, not other forms of micromobility such as scooters. At this point, we'll have to see where that goes. It may be dependent on how the one works to see how successful the other might be. In terms of transit, we always have an opportunity with Chapel Hill Transit to ask for an additional route, as I understand it. Chapel Hill Transit evaluates them, and the rule, as I understand it, is that if they agreed to take on a route, the town would be required to pay for it for the first year, and then if they found it successful, they would take it on. So I believe that there's an item in the comprehensive plan coming up for the town of Carrboro to look more specifically at what our needs are, to begin to convey that information to Chapel Hill Transit so that we can begin to identify where there are areas, in addition to what Chapel Hill Transit does with their short-range transit plans, to find those gaps and begin to suggest some new places. And who better than Carrboro to determine that based on what we anticipate of target development areas. So,
and microtransit is, I know it's more than bikes and
you're
scooters.
talking about the van pool type things,
right? Yeah. And and more transportation on demand, because I know people who they're in neighborhoods and they're really looking for that. They do want to get out of the cars, but they really don't have a viable infrastructure ready. And I think we need to have a sincere conversation about that, because otherwise we're creating two Carboros.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Next is Susan and then Sammy.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. I just wanted to make sure that advisory board recommendations got considered. So first, the Transportation Advisory Board made 2 recommendations. I was in favor of including both of them, and just wanted to be sure everybody else was okay with that. The TAB.
Well,
And then the planning board was asking that there cannot be bollards used. And I'm not sure we want to do that given the uncertainty of what we're doing with bollards. So I was going to recommend that we include Transportation Advisory Board recommendations, not include planning board this evening.
The planning board recommendation here doesn't seem really to be addressing the primary meat of what this is intended to do. It does seem to be sort of an added reinforcement to the connector roads policy as I read it, and a little bit less germane to the main thrust of the complete streets approach. So I'm comfortable with that.
But I don't think we want to dismiss these. I mean, it has a place.
I wondered if that would be part of, we talked about having a work session on road connector, and if that would be part of that whole conversation when we have the work session.
In terms of the TAB, I was, as the liaison was in that meeting, basically the 2 points here are pretty straightforward. First, they want to make sure that whenever we're talking about pedestrians, we also mean people who are using wheelchairs and other mobility devices. And second, in that specific reference to school-age children, explicitly includes all school ages, not simply those who are eligible for Safe Routes to School programming. So it would be including high school students. I think those are pretty easy to incorporate into the language of the proposed amendment. Do you agree, Tina?
I think so. We can do
that. Susan, are you?
Mm-hmm. That covers it.
Sammy, did you have a question?
Susan covered it, except for, I guess, this question of the bollards. So we would be able to amend this complete streets policy after, assuming we approve of this tonight. After that work session, we give direction to further amend, correct?
Right. So we have a consistency resolution and a draft ordinance. I think that, Eleazar, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have the answer to this question, but I just want to get it on the record because there are several folks who were concerned that if the town we approve this tonight, then it would make it a requirement for us to connect the Lucas Lane, right? Just want to get on the record. Will us approving this tonight force the town into that direct approval?
Well, technically, that requirement is in the ordinance.
We already have that requirement.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record, that this doesn't impact that decision. I've gotten several comments around that, so I just wanted to make clear that whatever we decide here on this does not impact that requirement there, that we can come back later.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
The ordinance already requires connected
Already
streets.
requires it.
Okay. We have a consistency resolution and a draft ordinance. I think we have a consensus around the table here that we want to include the TAB's recommended language, and also that we want to ensure that the Racial Equity Commission will have an opportunity to review the policy, and that the planning board's recommendation will be included in whatever future work session or other conversation happens around the connector road policy. So given all of that, is there a motion to approve the consistency resolution?
I'll make a motion, but I also have a question. I'm just curious, both for this item and the previous item, is the EAB making recommendations, or are they just not able to meet quorum, or what?
So the previous one, the EAB did not have quorum. That was why they didn't have comments for the Homestead Road rezoning. In this particular case, it was not referred to them. It was referred to the board in the Racial Equity Commission.
Okay, thanks. I think it's important to, when we engage with the developer, sorry to regress to the previous item, but EAB typically provides a lot of recommendations for having to do with environment and solar, and all those things are missing because we didn't get their comments. So I would like to perhaps over email send some look back on previous recommendations for consideration by staff to work with the developer. Sorry, the other item.
That's on the previous item.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sammy has made a motion to approve this item, the consistency resolution, seconded by Eleazar. Any further discussion of that resolution? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Matter passes unanimously. Is there a motion to approve the draft ordinance along with the items that I mentioned, which include the TAB recommendations, the ensuring it goes to the Racial Equity Commission, and that the planning board's recommendation will be dealt with at a later time for connector roads policy discussion? Been moved by Eleazar, seconded by Barbara, that we approve the draft ordinance with those additional comments. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Matter passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks for guiding us through that, Tina.
We're at the budget.
At the budget. I'm still here.
So we have, tonight is the budget presentation. Next week is a public hearing on the budget. So one of the things I wanted to maybe suggest as a way forward here is to let Richard make sure to get through his presentation and cover what he wants to make sure is highlighted for us. I think each of us has had an opportunity to see a preliminary version of Richard's presentation and gotten out any kind of questions, concerns, issues you have with that. Given that we do have a public hearing scheduled for next Tuesday, I think maybe once Richard's given his presentation, we might have some really critical questions we have or comments we have that we want to get in tonight, but be looking ahead to next week as an opportunity to not spend a lot of time spinning wheels tonight on Richard's presentation. In other words, we have another bite at this apple, and it is after midnight.
So ask all the questions.
Richard. We have a couple. It's not too bad. It's a couple of public hearings, but not. Yeah. Anyway,
The budget in Jade Creek.
we'll get to that next.
The next item is Town Manager's recommended budget for fiscal year FY 23-24, and the purpose of the agenda item is for the manager to present the recommended budget. So my goal tonight, I guess this morning actually, is to provide the council and the public with an overview of the FY 24 recommended budget, and then to receive any town council comments. I had 4 goals in mind with staff as we put this budget together. The first one is to align the town council's strategic priorities with the budget, to continue addressing employee retention, recruitment, and well-being, to control our operating costs while also maintaining the current level of services, and then to fund capital projects. We are still facing continued competition with talent, supply chain issues, rising, actually fluctuating fuel costs, inflationary pressures, and continued global economic uncertainty. And with those thoughts in mind, this budget was prepared to keep those thoughts in mind as we put this budget together. So tonight I'm presenting a balanced total budget of $81.1 million, which is 10.1% less than the FY23 budget. Overall, we've seen growth in our revenues and property and sales taxes, and with that in mind, I did not recommend a tax increase for this particular budget, and also did not recommend an increase in our affordable housing tax as well. Those will remain at the same rate. Here's the recommended budget by fund for FY24. For the general fund, we're moving, bless you, from an FY23 budget of $27.4 million to $29.3 million. And I'll explain the drivers of that difference between FY23 and 24 as I move through the presentation. In our special revenue fund, that's down from 10.9 to 9.1 million. That's because we were carrying the coronavirus funds. The CARES Act funding was in that fund, and that we closed that out last year. With our capital projects funds in FY23, that was 50.8 million, down to 41.4. That's because last year we were preparing for the construction of 203. We're now in the construction and now spending some of the financing money for the 203 project. The enterprise fund is our stormwater fund and our parking fund as well. That's down from 1.26 million to 1.203. And that's because in this current fiscal year, we were doing some paving improvements in our leased parking. We won't be doing that in FY24. So again, showing the total recommended budget of $81.1 million. This shows the revenue that supports our budget. In FY22, that column shows the actual amounts that we collected in FY22. For 23, we're still collecting those revenues. 24 is projected. So that's why you see the differences between 22, 23, and 24. But moving from left to right across each of the revenue sources, with our property tax, we anticipate our property taxes increasing by $460,000, about 3% in FY24. Our local sales taxes increasing by almost 13% in FY24 to $696,000. Our other revenues fund, these are our telecommunications fund, our video sales tax, not much increase there. Technology's changing, so don't see much increase there. And then total revenue, overall, we're seeing about a $1.2 million increase in our revenues for FY24. I will note that to balance the budget, we are using fund balance a little more than last year, about $400,000. And Councilmember Posada asked about the balance. That number is about $8 million in our fund balance. We won't know the next number until we close out FY23. And so again, at the bottom of this, it shows for FY24, total revenues of $29.3 million. The goal of the budget was to fund the council priorities, one of the goals, and the next two slides will show that. As you all remember, early this year, you all adopted 13 strategic priorities. That was based on our comp plan, Carrboro Connects, and also a number of ongoing projects throughout the town. You all called those down to 13 strategic priorities that we'll work on for the next 12 to 18 months. And so the first three are those that you consider the highest priorities of these 13, and they're in green. The first one is to implement our race and equity initiatives, and we have $150,000 in the budget for that purpose. We also are continuing to implement our climate action plan, and I'll just give you a little detail of those two. This list, and I won't read all of this, this just shows you the number of initiatives that we have planned for FY24 to continue our race and equity initiatives. And I'll just point out a few goals here is to develop a One Orange racial equity dashboard to begin to measure our progress around race and equity. To develop a One Orange racial equity history project, to continue to work with our departments to evaluate our practices, policies, and procedures and training around those issues. And also, we also are looking at our reparations resolution that you all adopted as well to begin to address those issues. The disparity study is currently underway. We anticipate having those recommendations back in FY24 and can begin to implement those in FY25. And the goal of that would be is to assess how do we utilize more women and minority businesses in our procurement activities. And of course, trying to make sure that Carrboro is a model employer that's advancing race equity by implementing racial equity lenses into our current practices, policies, and procedures, and also looking at our hiring practices as well to make sure that we are establishing a diverse workforce with the town of Carrboro. Moving on to our climate action goal, this chart is one you may recall that was presented during the work session. What this shows, and each column shows the revenue sources of the town. So at the general fund, working our way to the right, down to the ARPA funds. I'm going to skip down to that column that's labeled total. If you go down to that very column where it says subtotal, where there's 7.1 million I just showed you a moment ago. This accounts for all the activities in the FY24 budget that staff will undertake that has some relation to our climate action goals. and that number comes to $7.1 million that the town will spend addressing our climate action goals in FY24. And if we do that, it will lead to a 4% reduction toward our 80% goal over the 10 years. And then below that, it's showing $23.8 million. That's what the community, we have estimated based on some assumptions, if the community would buy electric vehicles, continue to solarize homes, that number is $28 million, and that would get a reduction of 5%. So overall, if all these action steps are completed, it would lead us to about 9% toward our goal in FY24 for our climate action goal.
Richard, is it possible to fill the furthest column with what the actual percentage required is for the remaining time to reach our goal, the time frame?
Yes, we can take a look at that.
And would you be able to forward this to us via email, this presentation?
Yes, we can.
That
If you need that. Yes, we can.
Thank
do that.
you.
Continuing on with the priorities, the next one is the zoning amendments. We just noted here the downtown area master plan. We've allocated $300,000 for that plan. That will include the downtown master plan, will include a streetscape plan. You heard from the Appearance Commission about concerns about amenities. All that will be included inside this plan that we've allocated $300,000 to complete for FY24. The next item is connectivity, bicycles, and pedestrians. Through the ARPA funds, you all allocated $200,000 to continue the bike plan. And there's $113,000 here for the Homestead Road crossing. Move on down to Community Safety Task Force. That task force is still meeting, and once they come back with recommendations, we put in $50,000 to begin to look at whatever recommendations they may bring back. The next priority is to continue moving forward with affordable housing. There's $1 million that you've allocated for ARPA funds. We're about to release an RFP to solicit proposals for that purpose. So that funding is there to continue our affordable housing goals. We've also talked about adopting a strategic plan and creating a performance management system. So there's $25,000 here. That performance management system is, again, how do we create dashboards, a way to show accountability for the work we're doing, progress we're being made. It may not be a dashboard, but there'll be some system to begin to look at how we're implementing the comp plan and how we're making progress in terms of those goals. The town hall renovation, there's $1 million here to begin that project. Stormwater is continuing to do the comprehensive stormwater infrastructure assessment. $120,000 needed to continue that. We anticipate getting those results in FY24 as well. To create and innovate economic development, there's a total of $408,000 here to implement parking enforcement, paid parking, and then to conduct the Municipal Services District Public Engagement initiative that you asked us to undertake. And then, of course, 203 project is underway. Third floor has been poured. I understand the roof should be on sometime late summer, so that's progressing. I like to say it's on time, on budget. So,
Richard, wouldn't that paid parking be a revenue rather than an?
Well, there'll be some upstart costs to get the paid parking started with equipment and so forth.
I got you.
Remind me the ground, the 2 or 3 done. One more year.
Yes, July of 24, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to the other drivers in our budget, it would be our employees. This budget in FY24, salaries and benefits accounts for 63% of our general fund budget. We've included a 5% across the board adjustment for our employees, which accounts for a little over $1 million. Health insurance premiums will be a 9.9% increase, a little over $200,000 there. And the local government retirement system is requiring local governments to increase the local government contribution. And for us, that's over 5 years, I believe. And for us, that'll be $81,000 for FY24. This slide just shows the number of approved positions that we have of FTEs, and that number is 175. There are no new positions in this budget. I would note, though, that I did get 9 requests from department directors for positions. And I do want to talk about the idea of the town doing a staffing study in relation to also a 5-year financial plan. I think it's important to understand the forecast, what we think the growth of the town might be, and what employees we might need to continue delivering services in our community, and to align that to a 5-year financial plan as well. This shows the debt service that we'll be paying in FY24. For the first time, we'll be paying both principal and interest, to skip to the bottom, both principal and interest for the 203 project. That number is $1 million. And then the balance of the $1.8 million would be for vehicles and equipment that we financed previously. We're finishing up the sidewalk and greenways, GO bonds, And then Fire Station 2, still about $20,000 there. That will be paid off in July of 2024.
Richard, on the GO bonds for sidewalk and greenways, we're not close to paying that off, are we?
No, that continues on. Only one we're going to pay off next year is the Fire Station number 2. Yeah, there's still a ways to go with those. So overall, I mean, the town does not have a lot of debt. We have 203, which is a large part of this, but you look at the remaining numbers here, $800,000, it's still debt, but it's not a lot of debt. So that's a good news story there. I mentioned projects. These are some examples from the capital projects that we're funding in FY24 as proposed to continue our wayfinding signage in downtown. We have 2 pedestrian safety improvement projects here to do the bike lanes on North Greensboro Street and Jones Ferry Road, to do the solar installation at the Public Works Facility and Fire Station 1, and then to continue our vehicle replacement program. We have $1.6 million allocated here for that purpose. Due to COVID, we weren't able to get many vehicles, so we've been able to, the 1.6 is a reserve fund we've been able to create because we couldn't get the vehicles. And so we want to replace some of our police vehicles by a recreation and parks van, solid waste vehicle, pickup truck, and then we know we're going to need a fire engine in the next few years. And there'll be about $500,000 left of this 1.5. We want to begin to put that aside to pay for the fire engine, begin to build that fund up so that when it's time to make that purchase, we'll have funding to do that. Because even once we order, it's about a 2-year process before the engine even shows up. So we're trying to get that going now to be prepared to take care of that expense. With transit, our estimated operating increase for FY24 is $60,000. There's a plan to buy 10 additional buses over 10 years. Carrboro share that would be $116,000. And then there are some bus shelter replacements that we'll take care of at $272,000. And for FY24, our total transit budget, operating and capital, is $2.23 million. We've gotten requests from these 2 agencies, the Orange County Partnership to End Homelessness and then IFC. The Orange County Partnership has requested $69,581 and IFC has requested $95,739. I propose that this funding come from the ARPA funding, and this would be for 1 year to allow us another year to continue to have the conversation around how we fund these agencies. I will say with ARPA, we'd have to reduce, you allocated $500,000 for emergency housing assistance. I'm proposing that we reduce that by this number, and that will leave a balance for that purpose with the emergency housing assistance program. I will say with this being ARPA funding, it does add a layer of added scrutiny in terms of reporting and accountability, but that's a recommendation I've made to fund these 2 agencies for FY24. And that concludes the budget. The next step would be a public hearing next Tuesday, followed by the adoption of the budget on June 20th. And I'll conclude by saying that we've been very thoughtful and careful in planning this budget. It's been a challenge because the goal is not to have a tax increase, and we tried to fund as much as we could to make the dollars go as far as they could go. And overall, the town is still in strong financial condition. And just want to say thank you to all of our employees, and to thank you, the mayor and council members, for your leadership, vision, dedication to Carrboro's unique identity and high quality of life. And I think everyone, I saw Langston, but I think everybody, and Anita and Maria here, and our fire chief and Trish. But thank you to our department directors, especially Arch McAdoo, and to Langston Ramsey, our assistant finance director, and our entire finance team for their dedicated efforts in helping develop this budget.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you, Richard. I know that this has been a big push to get this recommended budget presented to us tonight, and just really grateful to have so many department heads still with us after midnight tonight to see this presentation. I know this has been a lot of work, so appreciate it. I have already got Sammy on my list, and it looks like I'm going to have pretty much everybody on the list. So Sammy, Danny, Randy, and Susan.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and your team for putting this together. Question on, during the last presentation of the budget, it was included the cost for offsets, which was a significant portion of the community part of the climate plan. And I didn't see that in this. I would want to see that included. Is that something that you have or just didn't report, or is that something you have to add in?
It would have to be added. At this point, there's no funding to do it, so it either means taking something out or finding some way to fund that, but at this point, it's not in the budget.
Okay, is that for the public hearing? Is that something we can have included?
Well, you're saying add it to the budget. What I'm saying is there's no funding to do that. We have to figure out how to make that happen. So that means probably something comes out to make this work.
Will you tell us what could come out at the next meeting?
Bring back some options.
Okay, thanks.
Sammy, can you, I'm sorry, I'm not quite hearing what the item is you were asking.
A big portion of percentage to reach our climate goal included an offset
Offsets
cost,
expense. Gotcha.
and that's not included in this.
And I think it's 266,000 over the next, 7 years or so. We have to do it every year per year. Yeah, to make that go.
That's one strategy. Along with that, I mean, the point being that we should be budgeting that, and I know that's one strategy. And offsetting, typically, it's being questioned as an appropriate policy because it's not so good in achieving our goals. And so, one thing I would hope if we set that money aside, we can consider, for example, potentially augmenting our neighborhood grant program with those kinds of funds, because that is fully community action. The other thing is the micromobility funds you'd mentioned in our one-on-ones that I forget the name of the service. Ben potentially wanted our contribution, putting in some kind of contribution, and I would be interested in knowing what that amount is for contribution. But this also gets to this other question. I also understand that we approached them, and the consequence of our approaching them was that they put on their geo-fencing, and so no longer do these bicycles work electrically assisted to Carrboro, which I feel is contrary to kind of what we would want. We want, especially if it's for free right now, like we want to, if it's possible to take that geo-fencing off, encourage them to do so. And then lastly, the weatherizing funds. I think we had a lot of funds, ARPA funds allocated. I saw some items that you included that were ARPA. Is that still in there? It's just, okay.
Yes, that's still in the ARPA funding, yes.
Those are my points. Thank you.
Thanks, Sammy. Next is Danny, then Randy.
Just wanted to move the resolution that we accept the manager's budget.
Second.
Who was the second over here? Was it Barbara?
Can we,
so we're gonna hold on to that. So it's Danny's moved and Randy and Sammy. Okay, it's getting, wow, it's really late. I can't talk. Danny has moved it and Barbara has seconded it, and we will continue our discussion. Next is Randy.
Yeah. Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Arch, and the finance department and all of the department heads and in the work on this, because I know this was an enormous effort, not only because budgets usually are, but especially with ARPA and what that did, throwing a monkey wrench into the regular planning. But I just wanted to raise the question that I raised in our meeting, Richard, about seeing a plan for financial stability 3, 5, and 10 years out. You mentioned a 5-year plan. I'm very concerned about what does it look like in 3 years? What does it look like, certainly in the 5 that you're planning on, but what's the 10-year outlook? I think there's we don't know what's going on with the economy in general, but I'm concerned that we don't have a really, beyond ARPA, which would be the 10-year look, right? I don't know that we have a real clear plan for what the revenue is going to be beyond the ad valorem tax. And, there's, we kind of, the way we go about budgeting and looking at all of the things that we want to pay out, I think is unsustainable in the long run. But I have no data to work with because I haven't seen anything that projects out. And I want us to be able to see that because, nonprofits come to us and they want X amount of money, and the money keeps, the costs keep going up for them. They can bring their cost to us, but the town of Carrboro is limited in terms of beyond the property tax, what is the revenue resource, and so what are we really looking at in terms of where we need to be moving in order to be able to meet the increasing costs. So it's all about sustainability. And I don't know that in all my time I've ever seen anything that goes out beyond maybe particular projects over a certain amount of years and vehicles and things like that. So thanks.
Thank you, Randy. Susan?
Okay, 12:30. I'll be quick. Richard, thank you, your staff as well, for coming up with the budget. And in terms of the challenge of this, I know it's been tremendously challenging, but also I can't help but think this is like a once in a lifetime opportunity for all of us, having these ARPA funds at a time we also have strong revenue growth, and we're able to not only not have to raise taxes, but do all of these new initiatives, including the small area plan, the town hall renovation. So we're really lucky to be able to be doing this at this time. Just a couple of not too many questions. One is when we had the legislative breakfast, the question came up about this collaborative study on rails to trails, and I haven't seen anything about that, heard anything about that, and I didn't know if that was going to be included in this budget or not, if there was an estimate on that.
So I've received a amount that we've been asked to kind of hold on the side, and we'll take that out of this year's budget. That's why it didn't show up in FY24. We'll carry that over from this year's budget into next.
Okay.
Yeah, I can just add very, very high level that the conversations have been around getting each of the partners to come to the table with, a small amount of money just to say, we're in this discussion, we want to continue it, and Carrboro will be at the table.
Okay. Great. Next question was on the IFC funding, and it sounds like this will be funding for just 1 year, even though they requested our doing a 5-year interlocal agreement, and that will be fine with me. I hope that this will come before the Assembly of Governments, maybe in January, because it seems like a decision really needs to be made for both our budget planning and also IFC's planning. Are we going to make the 5-year commitment through that agreement? Are we going to continue to go 1 year at a time? But I just wanted to emphasize that I hope that longer term approach will be considered. I wasn't quite sure why. I get it in terms of the ARPA funding for IFC because it is 1 year right now and we're not sure what we're going to do for the future. I didn't quite understand why the Partnership to End Homelessness was part of the ARPA. Why wouldn't that just be built into the budget?
Funding the partnership is part of the conversation that all jurisdictions are having as well, of how do we continue to fund that. So it's part of that community-wide, county-wide conversation. That's the reason.
So is that
still
possibly an interlocal agreement for the partnership too?
That's being discussed,
Gotcha.
yes.
I didn't realize that. Okay, thank you. And then for the replacement vehicles, I'm just curious if any of our, rather than using police cars, if any, there could be any substitutes with EV bikes, knowing maybe, I think it would be tremendous savings. And also maybe it would be an easier way, even a more fun way for police officers to travel downtown or what have you. So I wanted to see if that's even a possibility.
I had that note to follow with Chief ATAC to talk about that, so
Okay.
I'll know more about that soon.
Okay, great. And finally, I know John Hartman Brown has a million things on his plate. I was I can't remember. It was a work session. I was asking if he could look at some of our parking leases that are hardly being utilized, and whether we could terminate those leases as a way of saving money in this budget. So I would be curious if he had any opportunities to be looking at that as well before our next meeting. That is it from me. Thank you again, Richard.
You're welcome.
All right. See any other hands? So I have a motion by Danny and You do have it? I didn't see your hand, Barbara. Go ahead.
I didn't raise my hand.
Okay.
But just really
Go
quickly, so I wanted to first appreciate Mr. White for the staffing and budget sustainability plans, which I think will be very helpful to us going forward. And also to thank our amazing finance staff, Arch McAdoo, who's not here, but Deputy Finance, who is here, Langston, thank you so much. And Mr. White and the rest of the department heads for pulling all this together for us. You are appreciated. Thank you
very much.
Very much, Barbara. I'll just very quick. So Susan had a list of specific items she wanted some more information on. There was definitely interest from both Randy and Barbara, and I think probably everybody about your idea eventually of bringing to us some kind of 5-year sustainability plan, which I think will be great. It's not really related to this budget, but in the future. Sammy asked about information about the carbon offset costs, the more information about what's going on with the spin e-bikes contract with UNC and the weatherization funds. And much appreciation to staff and Langston and everybody in the finance department. There's a motion by Danny and a second by Barbara to approve the resolution in the packet.
Just one quick thing. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I promise. It doesn't have to be answered now, but Mr. Manager, could you please, I know when we were talking earlier today, thank you for answering the questions I had. You mentioned that there were some additional requirements, reporting requirements around the ARPA funding for these 2 particular projects. I would just like to get more information as to what that looks like. And yeah, that was it. I just forgot to mention that.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed, the matter passes unanimously. Right. We definitely need to go into closed session to deal with the one item that was on the agenda. I think the one that we wanted to add, maybe we can deal with that next time, maybe. It is brief. I just feel like it's
now.
Might as well do it.
Let's go into closed. I need a motion to go into closed session for the purpose of discussing a
Good night, all.
purpose that's on the agenda. I need to say this out loud.
Richard, good job. Thank you.
The purpose of the closed session would be regarding a position to be taken on behalf of us in negotiating the price of real property. There was a motion by Eleazar, a second by Randy.
Yeah.
Go into closed session. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Right, we are in closed session. We're going to wait for the microphones and the cameras to go off.